you put it up in your background on video.
Oh boy, I didn't save that. I have it where I can get it, but if you give me a couple seconds behind the scenes, I can do it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go ahead if you don't mind.
Okay, yep. Yeah, no, I'm gonna. It's gonna look like I'm teacupping for a sec. Is that all right? Just for a split second.
Absolutely, my friend.
I'll be right back.
Let me call in as soon as you want, and we will get you into the queue, and we will start the conversations as soon as we get some opposition up in here. I'm having a hard time finding. Unfortunately, it's still saying that it's I am his pastor because I use this as a backup. So hopefully people still see that it's JA Debates. Let's see here.
Now, Joyful, I feel like I'm totally needing to go back to school for this. I saved the image. Now, how do I don't see the options I have normally where, like, if I'm going live and I can manipulate the backgrounds and the green screens and stuff, how do I do it when I'm guesting you or when I'm co-hosting?
Okay, so it's back. Like, click on your camera to turn it on, and it will give you a preview spot, and in that preview spot, it will give you the options for the green screens and whatnot.
Okay, I see. Perfect.
Hey, smiling apostate guys, please. What's that?
No, sorry. It's not giving me the option to search for green screen, so I got to scroll here, so it's going to take me a few seconds. I apologize.
Oh, you're absolutely fine, Spencer. This is the first live like this, so we're kind of learning, everybody, at this point, how this is going to go. So it's different having an idea of something and then actually producing it. So, but guys, keep tapping them likes. Try to get them likes up to 5K as quick as we can, guys, to get us pushed out there. There is my co-host, Spencer, for the very first, JA Debates Season 1, Episode 1. And this is the new format, and this is how we plan on doing it for several seasons to come. So, welcome in, my friend Spencer.
I'm very excited. I've really been looking forward to this since you told me about it. God, over a month ago we planned this, and I've been counting down the days and very, very excited. And just to let you know how much this means to me, I'm at work. I'm dubbed the overtime blank because I grab as much overtime as I can because I need the bucks, right? And I said to myself, unless I'm like in the hospital with like a really, really debilitating illness, I'm not going to miss this. And even if I get called at the last second, that's usually when they call me for overtime, I'm going to say, nope, I already got stuff going on. I am not going to miss this for the world. So I've been looking forward to it.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm on it. I think we're going to have a good time here.
Let's see. We'll do that. Yeah, I hope that we'll have a good time. It might take a minute to get pushed out because we're on my backup and just being off for a month. Kind of getting back into the algorithm might take a minute. So I figure if you're fine on time, I'll probably go till 9:30 taking callers and then do till 10 Q&A. If that's fine with you. Well, yeah, my time. So it'll be 4 hours taking callers, a half hour.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. You bet. Whatever your schedule is, I'm here for you.
Right on. I think that's how I'm going to do it. It makes a little more sense, and I can divvy it up. I'm going to use a timer per caller so we don't go over, so we can get plenty of people in and stuff. So, let's see. Over on YouTube, is everything sounding clear, working clear? It shows over here that it's going okay, but I'm not. We got 15 in the horizontal over on the Deconstruction Junction. We are streaming 3 places right now. We are streaming horizontal on Deconstruction Junction YouTube. Then we're streaming vertically on my page, JA Debates on YouTube, and then we are streaming here. If you are in either of the YouTubes, there is a call-in in the description, tiny URL, and you can get into the conversation as well. I'm pulling that up now. So if anybody disagrees or wants to talk about anything that relates to God or social issues they feel strongly about or something like that, come up, talk to me and Spencer, and we will field your questions. And also, this is a debate setting, so we're here to discuss these things and hash out what the best answer is to each of these questions. All right, let me see here. We should be... All right, we've got a few people over there. The Fun Son, you joined by going to the tiny URL in the description of the channel. Right on, Rimbley. Thanks for letting me know.
Look, everybody's being kind, and the smiling apostate has a joke that I will not repeat, but it made me grin, I have to admit, but I'm not repeating it.
There we go. Thank you for putting that in there, and I'll pin it up there, which will help people be able to call in. Thank you, Rimbles, for that. Yeah, Rimbles did that. Thank you very much. Hey, Marduk, thanks for being here. If you disagree with the background, there are two ways to call in, either through tiny URL, which you can find in the description on our YouTube, or you can call in right here on TikTok by hitting the guest box. We are looking for opposition, people that disagree, people that believe in God, or people that are into LGBTQ, things of that nature. We are more than willing to have those conversations with you. So call in if you want to discuss any of that. So, Spencer, you used to be on the radio. What kind of radio show did you do?
I never did music. I was strictly talk radio. And it's something I fell in love with when I was a little kid. And I was weird. I was like 11 years old. And when all my classmates wanted to be astronauts or police officers or firefighters or pilots, I wanted to be a radio guy because my parents had talk radio playing all the time. And I didn't even know what that meant. I just knew there was somebody on the other end of the microphone talking to me, and it was really cool. You never felt alone. You never felt lonely. It was just like this companion that was chatting with you for 3-4 hours a day in the same time slot, and you could always rely on them being there. And it was kind of cool. And then I decided at 11 that's what I thought I wanted to do with the rest of my life, and I ended up doing it for the next 33 years. Well, not at age 11, but 10 years later, I was working at the ABC headquarters in San Francisco, and it lasted 33 years, so had a good time.
Nice.
Are you hearing that sound, by the way? I'm hearing like it's...
Yes, I don't know. Give me one sec. Is that better?
There it is. Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay. Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
It was my cord is a little janky sometimes.
Okay, no.
But I have a whole new setup coming on the 14th, so things should get a lot better with audio and everything like that. I'm trying to get into my Video Ninja, guys. Sorry about this. It's taking me a minute. Being off of here for a month has... I'm trying to remember all my stuff, so it has just taken me a minute to get going here. Keep tapping that screen, guys. Let's get to 5K as quick as possible. Share out the live. We are on the backup account, and so we're going to have troubles getting pushed out as it is. So if you could, just keep pushing that. All right, hold on. I'm going to have to... Okay.
I'm impressed you know how to do all this, Joyful, because honestly, it wasn't until 3 days ago when I think it was Tiny Science walked me through how to even split the screen the way we're doing right now. Like, I didn't know how to change any of the boxes or anything up until like 3 days ago. So
yeah. All right, so it's not letting me get into the Video Ninja, so I might have to let's see. Good evening, Kindred. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully we can get some callers going soon. We're having problems with the Video Ninja. I don't know why, but it is not letting me enter the room as a director, which is problematic. Yeah, we could do Discord, but then they have to get a Discord. The good thing about Video Ninja is they don't have to sign up for anything and they can just join. Benny, if you're in here, can you see if it will let you join as a director on that page? Because it is not letting me do anything. Sorry, guys, for the technical difficulties. We are trying to get things up and going. Sorry, Spencer, but
no, not at all, not at all.
This is the pilot, so
no worries at all. Everybody keep tapping the screen in the meantime. It really will help out. I've been having algorithm problems since January, and it's not been fun to work so hard and struggle to get the number of people I used to get in there pretty easily. Now it's like pulling teeth. So every heart you tap and every gift you give joyful and every thing you're supposed to be doing, as they say, is going to help us get this thing pushed out. Hey, Tahir. Hey, Benny Boy. Good to see everybody in here. Thanks for coming in.
Is it? Oh. That might be Benny right there. Benny to save the day, as always.
Hey. Yo. Whoa, there's my alarm. I can get in there, yeah. You just got to use the special tiny URL. I'm going to text it to you.
Okay, yeah. I guess, yeah, that'll work. Can you email it to my Gmail?
Oh, are you not going to be able to see it on text?
I can't on my I can't on my computer, no.
Okay, hold on. I'll email it to you.
Yeah, I'm clicking on the links that I had, but it ain't letting me in. Oh, you know what?
Do you see what it is? Through that text?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll have to teacup for a minute.
I just don't want to say it out loud because then anybody could go in there as a director.
Yeah.
I'll turn on my camera. Let's debate. What's going on? What's up, Radio
What's up, Benny?
Spencer?
How's it going, Benny? What's going on?
It's going. I was just messing around. I got the horizontal version up. And yeah, Joyful, there is somebody in the whatchamacallit waiting. The Video Ninja.
Okay, all right, let's see. Spencer, do you have ability to join the this if I gave you the link?
I don't have any of that like Video Ninja stuff or any like live streaming.
You don't
software.
even have
What
to
do I
be
need
signed.
to do?
You just go to tinyurl.com
Yeah, I'm on my computer. I mean, I can definitely go to a website.
slash joyful guest.
Yeah, and that'll bring you in as a guest too.
And that will bring you in as a guest, and then you would be able to talk to me and the guest in there.
Yeah, and then Spencer, I would just like mute your TikTok if you do that, because you'll come in through Joyful's audio, so it doesn't like echo.
Okay, let me know if I do echo because I got to see. I'm running like on a soundboard, so I got to. You're just saying to bring down the pot that TikTok that I'm hearing you guys on.
Yeah.
No.
Is that what I'm muting?
Listen through your headphones. Don't listen from your computer.
Yeah.
No, my computer volume's down anyway.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. I meant like just mute your like mic
Okay, sure.
on TikTok, because you'll come in through Joyful's audio if you're using whatchamacallit, Video Ninja.
All right, Funson, can you hear me? Just 1 second.
Now, Benny, do I want to choose? My webcam sucks on my Mac. Do I want to do join room with camera or screen share with room? Those
Just
are my
do
options.
join with camera and then turn your camera off.
Funson, can you hear me? Funson, are you with us?
Astrophone. 2 headphones at once.
How old are you, and are you a theist?
Hear you. Don't think so now.
Oh, you're not a theist?
Yeah, I can't hear you, but I did hear you from the stream. That's really complicated.
Okay, it shows that,
I could hear you from the stream, that's how I heard you. But I'd have to wear 2 headphones at once. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see if I can hear myself. Hold on. 1 second. Here we go. Yes, I can hear myself. Okay, good. That's only if I wear 2 headphones at once. How the heck am I going to do?
wouldn't be able to tell if you could hear me through there.
I could turn my computer volume up maybe, but I
still can't hear anything. Okay, let's see. I just hit the refresh button. Let me try it.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. But I can hear you through my headphones, my other headphones, but I can't hear you through the website. I have to talk to the stream. Let me just put this back on.
Okay, so you can't hear. Something, yeah, I don't know.
I have to wear 2 headphones at once.
New co-host every night. We'll have the big screens, and we will take.
Figure out a way.
All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
And Joyful, am I supposed to start the room? It says join room. I disabled the video. I've got my microphone coming through on the soundboard. Hit start.
Yep.
The green start button. Okay. Okay. Sorry, this is all new to me here. It's opening up.
It's opening up. It's opening up.
No, I'm.
No, you're fine.
I'm.
So I think it should be easy to use Discord.
Give me 1 second here.
Is it though? Why is it so hard to have it? How you can say? Okay, so now I'm not using these headphones, which I was wearing them like this. This is my setup. That's not working. So I took that one off. Oh, I think it will work this time. Yes.
You can hear me?
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, here, what's up? Hooray.
You can hear me fine through the Video Ninja? Anyway, how old are you, Funson?
Yes, I have to hear you through the stream, but it's a little delayed, but I think I can still do it. I can't hear you through the Video Ninja, I can hear you through the stream, because now I took off the old headphones and put on the...
Okay, that isn't going to work, Funson. Listen to me through the stream. That is not going to work, because I literally was asking you questions, and it was taking way too long to answer. Nobody wants to listen to that conversation. So, if anybody else would like to join, or Funson, if you can get that figured out to where you can hear me through Video Ninja, I would be more than willing to have the conversation with you.
Hey, Joyful, someone's saying on there, Skits and Bits is saying your mic isn't working. We only hear you through your phone mic, I think. But I'm hearing you loud and
Really?
clear. I don't know that's... You sound very, I mean, it sounds like a very good mic to me, so I don't know what they're hearing or what.
Is that any better? I turned it up some. Is that... I had it turned down.
To me, you sound as good as you normally do, so I don't know what everybody out there is hearing, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple people saying that we both sound fine. Hey, Darren, say Lobes.
All right. All right, guys. Keep tapping them likes. If anybody is in TikTok that disagrees with the background or wants to talk about any social issues or anything like that with me and Spence here, go ahead and come on up, and we would love to have a conversation with you. Otherwise, you just get to hear me and Spencer just talk to each other all night. I don't know if you'd like that too much. I can only share animal languages. There you go. There you go.
Now, Joyful, am I leaving that interface up, or am I? What am I
just
doing
leave it.
Screen?
Just leave it up. I dropped out because I'm going to sign back in now that Benny's gone and see if maybe the problem was we had two directors in there at once.
Okay.
Because we have had that issue before too. Oh.
Hey, Chad. Good to see you. Hey, Tiny Science. Always good to see you. Lobes. Tap that screen, everybody.
All right. Fusion. Or hold on. I'm not. Fusion, can you hear me? Fusion, can you hear me? Everything says that I'm going through, so it has to be something on your end, buddy. Yeah, now he isn't even talking. He's just sitting there. Fusion, I don't think tonight is your night, buddy. Just not your night. If anybody would like to call in from the YouTube or from TikTok, any of you can do. Yeah, that's probably true. He probably has it deafened. Because there are a lot of different settings. Like, every time I go into it, I have to turn my front mic back on Video Ninja, or it won't work. There's a lot of little silly things like that with Video Ninja. Spence? I don't know. I think the problem is Justin and Joel and them have just been converting everybody to atheism, and there's just nobody to fight with anymore.
Oh boy. Well, I could tell you one of the arguments I've been getting into lately that's so frustrating for me, because I'm at the point now where I don't even respond, like they're trying to bait me into a response, and I can't argue. I could have good arguments with Christians when they're at least somewhat reasonable, but when they actually insist that giants used to roam the earth and that the Smithsonian conspired to get rid of 25,000 Nephilim skulls and bones, and that it's a big cover-up, and if you Google it, it won't ever come up because Google's behind the conspiracy. I don't know how to talk to those people anymore. There's grown-ass men and women who actually think that giants used to roam the earth because the Bible tells them so. Now, if orcs and goblins and trolls had been in the Bible, they'd believe those things were real too. I'm convinced that if leprechauns and banshees, anything else, if the Bible said they once existed, they existed. And I don't know even how to talk to people like that anymore, that believe that these mythological creatures once roamed the earth, and it's just a grand cover-up to make sure nobody ever knows the truth about them.
Yeah. It's crazy to me as well that so many of them, because they can't explain dinosaurs, will just act like it was a myth, that it's just made up by science that there were dinosaurs, like it's some big conspiracy to disprove God because they're not mentioned in the Bible. It's wild to me, the hoops people will jump through.
Yeah, and scientists don't often have big budgets to be driving all over Utah and driving all over the world and planting fossil evidence in the hopes that someone's going to dig them up and find them, right? Like these scientists have all these budgets to just be planting skeletons and fossils to trick people all over the world. It's so ludicrous.
Well, Darren's, or who was that says that if there was a comment I wanted to address, but Moth. No, see, here's I have friends that are Christians, beautiful people that have this need for God to be real, and they throw out everything in the Bible except for Jesus saves them from hell. And those type of people, I have no problem with. The problem is we live in a society where somebody can believe dinosaurs don't exist, but they're going to go vote in the next voting cycle. Mm-hmm. The people that believe giants once walked the earth, and they're going to vote in the... this is a problem. This is a problem. I might as well have all of my kids go vote, and they have no clue. They have no clue what they're doing.
Yeah, it's really scary. I'm getting into arguments more and more. I don't remember the debates getting this silly until the last few years on social media. I used to be able to, even after I deconstructed, I could have conversations with Christians that weren't so lunatic. I don't know if more are just getting kind of goofy or desperate, or I honestly don't know what it is, but it seems like they're just pushing all the extremist buttons on the panel. They're just pulling all the switches.
Yeah. Over there on YouTube, if you disagree with the background here, go ahead, jump up in the Video Ninja. Is it possible for us to use Discord? That could be a next time thing, Funson, because I don't know how to do it. I've never done it. But I can have Benny teach me how to do it, and we could have 3 ways to call in. I just don't like using the Discord because it forces people to download an app and get a membership to talk. And I'd rather it be something people don't have to subscribe for and things like that, if that makes sense. But yeah, we can look into doing that for sure. Because I want there to be a call-in number. That's what I'm working towards, is having an actual call-in number. So people on TikTok and YouTube alike can call the same number, or people on TikTok can guest. So that's the goal, is to just get a number. Okay. He says that it's working now. He can hear us. Let's see. Let me... trying to think of how to go about this. Give me 1 second here. Funson, how old are you, and are you a theist?
I'm 19, and yes, I believe in God.
Right on. Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Hey, Spencer, say something really quick.
Test.
Oh, there's
I'm
a
hearing
test.
kind of that weird, like, almost submarine diving sound there. I don't know what that was. I have lost your audio. I don't hear anything else other than myself through my mic.
So
Now I hear.
I don't know how you fixed it, but now we have an echo. Yeah, you're gonna have to try back another time. Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know how you fixed it, but it was a crazy echo. It was a crazy echo.
While we're waiting for some ops here, Joyful, another argument I've been getting lately is because I try to, for those who don't know who I am, I try to approach things. You've got like Justin over at Deconstruction Zone, and he's so brilliant with his biblical knowledge, and I don't have that background. I don't have those chops, where I could kind of know the origins of all the scriptures and know what this is in Hebrew and this is in Greek. I don't know all that stuff, but I approach it from a practical standpoint of like, if something acts imaginary for long enough, you have to a reasonable person would have to conclude maybe it's because it is imaginary, right? Like, if your parents tell you they've got like a 300-pound stuffed animal hidden in the house for your birthday, and you when they're not home and they're at work, and you check every room in the house, the attic, the basement, everywhere, the grandparents' house, the storage units, and there's no like, maybe this thing isn't real. Like maybe they didn't buy you the 300-pound stuffed animal or something. And whenever I use that argument with them with God, they come back and they go, God didn't want to make it too easy. If God had just like appeared and, had brewskis with us and just hung out with us at the beach and stuff, then there wouldn't be faith. And people would be conflicted. There'd be more of a conflict somehow if we knew God was three-dimensional and real. And I find that so absurd. It seems like the total opposite of what logic dictates, that I would much rather have facts over faith. And Christians are arguing, no, it's better to have faith over facts. That God, if God appeared like on a surfboard in the sky right now, you wouldn't believe it anyway, and it's better for God to keep us guessing whether he's real or not. And I just find that preposterous. I don't buy that at all.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Guys, if we are not getting any ops on TikTok or on here, so we need to keep tab of that screen, sharing it out. If you have any theist friends that would like to come, that you think would come have a good conversation with me and Spencer, share it out to them. If you're a theist in the comments, share it out to a friend that you think would have a good conversation with us. Let's get some good conversation going here so that we can all benefit from a good entertaining debate. Hey Carrie, how are you?
Yeah, we just want to have reasonable conversations. You know, I mean, people think like, you know, we gang up on people and stuff, but I just want to hear people out. And you and I both share that past.
This is why I switched to.
You and I both have that past of being ex-believers, you know, and I was a believer for 40 years, and that's longer than a lot of people on TikTok have even been alive. So I got the T-shirt 100 times over, and I was very devout. No need to worry. I was a true Christian. I believed in Jesus, and
I was worried there for a minute.
Well, people used to say, like, once you accept Jesus in your heart, there's no going back. So I guess I'm saved then, Joyful, because I don't believe in him anymore. But if I accepted him for 40 years, then maybe I get, like, some type of a special backstage pass to heaven or something. You know what I mean? For all those years of devotion.
No, Jason, there isn't a specific topic. You are more than welcome to come up and discuss with me and Spencer on the existence of God, or we can talk about the morals. I mean, the floor is open to talk about religious topics and also social issues. Every show will be the same topics. So it will just be like kind of open everything God and social issues like LGBTQ, things like that. I will not speak on abortion unless there's a woman co-host. And then I will let her field that, but I don't think a bunch of men talking about abortion is going to do anything for anybody. So.
Edward says, why don't you ask ChatGPT if there's a God? I don't like these, when people say it either way, whether theists or atheists say, just ask ChatGPT, because ChatGPT doesn't know what scholars don't know. It doesn't have secret knowledge. Like, it's not working behind the backs of scientists and researchers who, if they found a God, I'm pretty sure they would have reported on it by now. So even if you ask ChatGPT, is there a God? And they go, yes, Yahweh's real, 100% guaranteed. What does that even mean, right? What does that mean if, like, an AI bot tells you that God's real? The same people don't believe ChatGPT if it tells them that Moses wasn't real and Noah's Ark.
Oh, that is not what I meant to do.
What happened?
We'll see what happens. It actually could be kind of interesting.
Ghost of Christian Past says, my ChatGPT says there's not a God.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to block you. So thank you for declining.
Marie says, do you all like Dan McClellan? I'm a fan of his. I like him a lot.
Yeah, Dan McClellan is amazing. Yeah, I was definitely just trying to block Jeff for truth because he's a homophobe or a transphobe, and I don't have any use for a transphobe that's in this community.
Hello?
Firehouse, what is your age, and are you a theist?
I'm 19, and yes, I'm a theist.
Right on. What do you have for us today?
My basic default argument for being a theist is the Kalam cosmological argument.
Okay. All right. Can you take me through? Can you take me through the argument?
Well, it says everything that exists.
Are you on a freight train right now?
That's me. That's me.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just teasing.
Well, I am on a train station, like on a. I live near a train station, so you might hear some.
Oh, no worries. I need a refresher on this too, because I don't retain stuff very well, and I don't know all these different theories of God, and people come up with all these different ones. So I need to hear it as well.
Yeah, I think that it's important that you say it, because a lot of people come on my live and they don't even know the argument. They just know that they can say this argument is a defeater argument, and then they'll just try to argue that this argument is a defeater, rather than actually going through. Now he's going and Googling what it is, because he doesn't know. They never know what it pertains to. They just know that it is something people use in philosophy, and then they argue that it's a good argument rather than actually arguing the points in the argument. So if you could go line by line and tell me what I'm accepting in your argument, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the right wording. So it basically says, everything that exists has a cause. The universe began to exist, so it must have a cause.
Okay. Yeah, that's the basics to it, but that doesn't tell me what the actual argument is. Do you know what the actual argument is, or do you just know the basics of it?
Yes, so the argument goes, alright, well, if the universe has a cause, what caused it? And we can say, let's say, it was A. Let's just say A caused the universe to exist. And then it goes, what caused A? It said, well, let's say B caused A. Well, then what caused B? And then you eventually go through like an infinite regression until you get to a point where it's something must be uncreated that created all this. Which
Yep, the universe. The universe is eternal. There's my answer.
Well, how can the universe?
How can God be eternal?
By definition, God is eternal. It's an entity.
Yeah,
By his definition.
Yeah.
All right, then. That's just a difference of opinion there. I don't have anything to tell you on that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why that argument sucks. Because I can just say the same thing about the universe and then we're just at a stalemate.
Firehouse, let me ask you something real quick. You sound like a sensible enough guy. If we don't know really the origins of the universe, like we have an idea, science has a good idea, but they're not saying 100% they know everything that happened, once upon a time. Why complicate it by assuming that there's an intelligent being with a mind and with an ego and with opinions and with commandments and with rules and punishment, and why assume that is behind it instead of just some cosmological hiccup or something? Or it seems to me it makes more sense that like a comet zoomed by at just the right speed and the right coordinates and it created the whole universe. Like that would make more sense to me than there's a guy up in the clouds. Like, how did you come to that conclusion that makes sense to you?
Well, my thinking was, let's say we can explain how the universe, we have all the evidence to explain how the universe works, how it came to be, and basically we know everything. We're at the edge of knowledge, where knowledge doesn't exist anymore. We know everything. At that point, you can ask, okay, what created all this? And since we have all the knowledge, we can't really answer that question. Then it's like, well, there must have been something uncreated, which would be an all-powerful being that created all this, which would be God.
And then the question becomes, how do you know it's your God, right? I mean, that's the next thing. Let's say scientists said, yes, it looks like we've definitely been created by some kind of a creature or entity smarter than we are. Why Yahweh? Or why Vishnu? Or why the God of the Romans or the Greeks? Or like, at that point, everyone's going to argue, it's my God, it's my God. No, it's my God. It's my, like, let's say science said, okay, it looks like the evidence is true. We were intelligently created. Then what? Where does that leave us? How would you ever prove which God did the creating?
Well, I would you say it's logical that there can only be one God?
No.
Well, based on the previous argument where we said we can know all the knowledge and there must be an entity that is uncreated and that is all powerful, that by logic dictates one God.
Well, we don't know that though. How do you know how? We don't even know that gods are real. How do we know how they operate? How do we know they don't have like a family of gods and like one, creating the universe was a big task maybe. So maybe one God, it's kind of like, my wife and I have 6 kids together, right? And when we did house projects, one would like paint the bathroom, one would paint the kitchen, and one would work on the car. And why couldn't there be one? Why couldn't there be multiple? Like, who says there would only be one God? Like, how do you know one God didn't take care of the stars and one took care of the ocean and the animals in the ocean and one God took care of the skies? And like, how would you ever know that either? I mean, you don't know whether there's one God or 10 million gods.
Yeah. Well, let's say there were 2 gods, right? one wanted to create the universe in humans and one didn't. It's well then,
That wouldn't be the case. They would, if they were all knowing, all powerful, and all perfect, they would have the exact same will, even though they're two different gods.
but well, they wouldn't because
It doesn't logically follow that they would be able to have different wills, because they operate under a perfect will, and if the perfect will would be to create the Earth, then they would both operate under that will.
well, again, a perfect will could create us, the universe, in Earth, and it could also not create it.
Yep.
Both of these statements fits in the perfect will. So again, you arrive at the contradiction. Okay, well, if we're already created, that means there's only one God that had a will, and we.
Nope. That doesn't logically follow. What excludes another god? Where's the contradiction? If you have two gods with the exact same powers, will, everything, but there's just two of them, but everything is identical between the two, where's the contradiction?
The contradiction is that, let's say, one God can say, I want to create the universe in humanity and Earth. One can say, I don't want to.
We already discussed this. That couldn't happen with two gods with the same will, same perfect. They're identical. So now we have two identical gods, so they aren't going... That isn't a contradiction. What you're saying is something that could not happen. That would be a contradiction with what I proposed, that they both are identical. So you're going to have to go with my premise to prove the contradiction. You can't just change it to make it contradictory.
Okay, well, if there are two gods, right, that would be two divine, basically two divine wills. So that would mean creating the Earth, if one God creating the Earth would be a divine will, and not creating the Earth would also be a divine will.
Okay, stop. Now you're changing my argument again. These gods are identical. They do not have these different wills. They are identical. Where's the contradiction with there being two identical gods?
Well then, all right. Which one is the all-powerful?
Both of them are all powerful.
That can't be, since God by definition is all-powerful.
Yep, and there's two of them.
Well,
and they're both all powerful.
Well,
What does all powerful mean?
All powerful? It means all powerful.
No, you can't define it with itself. That's circular. What does all powerful actually mean?
The ability to do anything without obstruction.
Yep. So if both of them have the same exact will, and both of them have the ability to do everything without obstruction, there's still no contradiction, because they have the same will, so they both will to do the same things. Therefore, they would never contradict each other's will. So they would still remain both all-powerful.
That wouldn't be
still no contradiction.
No, that wouldn't be the case, because God would be all-powerful. Only one of them can be all-powerful.
Nope, not true. We just discussed this. They're identical.
It's true. It's true. Because by nature, God can be all-powerful. And if there's two gods, which one of them is more powerful?
Neither. They're equally powerful.
None of them are God, because they're not all-powerful. They have this...
No, that's still all-powerful. We just went over the definition of what all-powerful is.
No, it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be.
Firehouse, do you have like a manual on how to be God? Like, how do you, I mean, where is this stuff written down? Like, you act like this is a foregone conclusion that gods are real and that they behave under certain parameters, and you have it all figured out, Firehouse. Like, you know that a god can't be this, or he can't be blonde, or he can't be 6'2", he's got to be 8'1", he's got to be that. I mean, like, how do you know? I mean, where do we get this knowledge? I want to know.
Same place where you get your atheistic knowledge, classical theistic understanding.
That is not where I got my knowledge. I got my atheistic knowledge from just being, knowing that there is no God, looking at reality. I didn't need theists to show me there was no God.
No, but you still.
They did help prove that there was no God. I will say that.
No, but there were influential atheistic figures that you just learned from, or you read books, or you just just attended, like watched their lecture online, or along the lines of
No, that wasn't the case for me at all. And I'm not technically. Joyful could probably knock some sense into me because I get into these arguments with my friends here on TikTok all the time. They say I need to own up that I'm an atheist. I don't say there is no God because I don't know if there is or not. My argument is, as a former Christian, I know I would stake my life on it that it's not Yahweh. I would stake my life on it that it's not only not Yahweh, it's not any of the gods that humans think they've figured out. Does that make sense? Like, if there is a God out there, it's not any of the gods that we've pinpointed in our books and written about in our little books that we think are so important, and we quote God ad infinitum. You know, the Bible has quotes of God that goes on rambling. It's equivalent of God speaking for 20 minutes, and then 50 years later, somebody like wrote it down or something. It's so ridiculous. So that's where I'm coming from. So I don't even know that I'm correctly labeled an atheist because I don't say there's no God. I just know it's not any of the gods that humans think they've figured out.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say my stance is that there is no God, but that's because I think that the idea of a God under the premises that you can give me are always going to come up to logical contradiction, or it will create some sort of logical issue to where it could not be logically sound. Therefore, God can't exist because I don't believe in illogical things.
Okay, well, I believe in, I believe there is a God, and as long as I'm here on Earth, it's better to take Pascal's wager and just place a bet on one religion.
No, because you have the same percentage rate of being right as I do by just placing your bet on. I'm placing my bet that I don't go to hell. You're placing your bet so you don't go to hell, and everybody is placing their bet so they don't go to hell. But yet you are just betting on something else out of the whole plethora of different religions, thousands, 1,500, I forget how many gods out there. You are waging the same amount of bet as me.
Well, I also said that
on whether we go to hell or not.
I also said that logically God must be one, so it narrows it down to the pre-Abrahamic faith.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, do you believe Jesus is God?
No, I believe he was a prophet.
Oh, okay. So, are you Muslim?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. So, you believe Allah is the one true God?
Well, Allah just means God. In Arabic, it just means God. So God
I know. Yeah, I know. He's the one true God. All right. Do you believe that the one true God would choose a pedophile to be his prophet?
Well, again, historical context matters here.
Here we go.
Was Aisha 9 years old when they consummated their marriage?
Yes.
He was a pedophile. That's all we need to know. Thank you. All right. Well, he had nothing of substance anyway. He tried the cosmological argument, didn't even really know how it works, as I called when he first started. And then he just went on saying that things were illogical, but he couldn't show the illogical property in what we were saying. So, Heavenly Father, can I get your age, and are you a theist?
You said a theist? What the heck is that?
All right, do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
30.
30. Right on. All right. What do you got for us tonight?
Why aren't you guys acknowledging God?
I am acknowledging. Yeah, I'm acknowledging the idea of God. I just don't believe God is real.
No, I mean like the creation itself speaks for the existence of God.
No, it just speaks for the existence of of things happening to be here.
Just about to say it.
No, I was, because that's what you said, and nobody created anything. The universe has always existed in different forms, and this is the form it exists in right now. Why do I need to believe that anything was created?
Because you already know that.
I don't.
No, we don't.
Have you ever seen a tree get created?
I saw a tree grow.
Yeah, you've never seen it be created. Have you ever seen dirt be created?
Yes, it's right here when you walk outside. Like, you walk outside,
You saw it be created?
It's a tree there and there's dirt there that proves.
Oh, okay. So you've seen things be created without God. You've seen nature create things. There we go. We don't need God to create things. Nature creates it. You said you've seen it with your own eyes.
Yeah, the creator. Words create all things in existence, and God operates all beings in existence. They don't operate on their own.
Absolutely not.
So dirt created.
Yeah,
itself.
my parents created me. Do you know? So when two people are in love, they fuck, and then they create an offspring, and I am the offspring of my parents creating me because they fucked.
So you worship humans.
Nope, I don't worship anything.
You just gave the God's creation acknowledgement to your parents because they fucked.
But that doesn't mean we don't believe in worshiping things. We think it's kind of weird and twisted to worship anything.
He just worshipped his parents. He said they created him. So he's worshiping
That's
him.
not worship.
His parents.
You're putting them before God.
My parents are like very Christian. I disagree with my parents on most things. In fact, I don't have too much trust for my kids being with my parents because of the things they will teach my kids. So I don't worship my parents. But scientifically, do you know where babies come from? I guess would be the next question.
God created babies. He gave us the tools.
This is unbelievable. One Heavenly Father, why I can't. One Heavenly Father, could Joyful be here today if it wasn't for originally? And I got to be careful here to be anatomically correct and everything on TikTok, but you know why Joyful is here hosting this show right now, right? It wasn't because God poofed him into existence. He didn't pull an Adam and make him out of clay, and he didn't pull an Eve and make him out of somebody else's rib. He is here. He was a fetus for roughly 9 months before he became a child that was born out of presumably his mother's womb. That's probably where he hung out for the 9 months before he started breathing oxygen outside of the womb.
What about the first man and the first woman? Let's just go there.
They certainly weren't made from dust and ribs. I mean, we know that. I mean,
so the first time they would have been considered
the dust of the earth.
Joyful, did you freeze on us? Is he frozen for you too? Is he frozen for you too?
He's going.
I know. It looks like he's in deep thought.
He's going.
No, Joyful, if you can hear us here. Okay, so he's teacup. No. You can stay up here. You can stay up here. He and I are kind of co-hosting this together. So,
all right.
Now, one Heavenly Father, do you really believe the first man came from some clay and dust, and the first woman came from a man's rib cage? Do you really believe that?
I believe science proves that all the elements are in our body, like that comes from the ground. Or the periodic
but
elements.
you could also argue that we're made of stardust. Most of the things, I think minus one, most of our components are found in the stars as well. They're found on asteroids. They're found on other planets. They're found in space. So the argument can be made we're all made out of stardust.
But who's been to a star? We can't even get to Mars.
Okay, why do you presume it to be a god? I'm just curious. And why do you believe in the Christian God or the God of the Quran, which is basically the same as the Christian God? But which which of the 10,000
was God? So I believe that's what God is.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
I've got to go see what happened to my Wi-Fi. Give me just a second.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Hope everything's all right here.
Well, we gonna pray right now.
Yeah, Yeah, so you and I'll chat here for a sec.
Right.
So you are convinced of the 10,000 plus gods that humans have worshipped since the beginning of humankind, that you picked the right God. That's pretty amazing. I want you to pick my lottery numbers. I want you to be my lawyer if you have that kind of luck, that of all the gods, you chose the right one.
Well, all the other gods, those 10,000 you're talking about, they're based on the creation, like the sun, the moon, the water, the fire god, the lightning god. They're based off creation. They're not based off a creator. Even Zeus is a creation.
Right. But what I'm saying is you believe that the God of the Bible, that Yahweh is the creator of all of us, right? And of all things.
Oh, no, not Yahweh.
Okay. So I'm confused. Which God do you think created Adam and Eve then, if not Yahweh?
Well, Jesus historically proves that God exists because he said he came here from God and not humans. He didn't come from humans.
Okay. And you believe this? Why?
Well, if you go back to the first human and the first woman, it's kind of like, well, where did they come from? You know, it kind of makes logic like that to me.
Right. But what I mean is, if you had never encountered this book called the Bible and your parents or your pastors had never taught it to you, would you have come to the same conclusion that man came from dust, woman came from a man's rib, and everything kind of came from that?
I would have wondered, like, where do we come from? Where did all this come from? Why am I here? I would have started getting into that. Even if I never read a Bible, I'd probably ask, why am I here? What's my purpose? That type of stuff like that would have, I think that stuff would have ran through me, even if I never saw a Bible.
Right. And if somebody told you that man came from clay and dust and woman came from the guy's rib while he was taking a nap, that would make sense to you?
Like if I never read the Bible?
Well, I mean, like if I told you that, like you take credence in this because it came from the Bible, which you give authority to. I don't give authority to it anymore, although I did for most of my life, thus far anyway. But like if I just told you that, like let's say we're kids on a playground when you first discover this story, and we're in third grade together and we're pals on the playground, or maybe nemesises, and I say, hey, you know where man and woman came from, right? And you're like, where? And I go, man came from dust and woman came from the man's rib. Would you think that was logical, or would you think that's pretty nutty?
I would think that they would be proving it by actually standing in front of me talking to me. Like that would prove it.
How would me standing in front of you or Joyful standing in front of you prove that we came from clay and ribs?
Because you're here. And then the next question would be, where did the clay come from?
Okay, so do you believe... So you believe the Genesis account of how things happened, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so were animals created before or after humans?
Well, they're the same thing according to the Bible.
Well, no, that's not true. So, were the beasts of the field... Well, we'll just start over. Were the beasts of the fields created before or after humans?
They're the same thing.
All right, we'll try this one more time. In the beginning, in Genesis, it makes a distinction between the beasts of the fields and humans, right?
You mean that the fact that we can...
Are you going to obfuscate from all the questions, or are you going to actually answer and engage?
I'm engaging, but it's kind of like you're trying to make humans and animals different.
Okay, so the Bible, let me read you something, and then you tell me if the Bible says that they're different. This is unbelievable. This person's never even read the beginning of his book, but he believes it. Alright, Genesis 1. He says, right here, let's see, we'll, oh yeah, let every, fill the water with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth and across. So God created creatures of the sea, and every living thing in which the water teems, and that moves about in it according to their kind. Okay, so, and then he made birds, right? You understand that? And then he makes livestock and the creatures that move along the ground. Okay, and this isn't the day he makes humans. It says he made all the wild animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground. And then he made humankind. So, are they the same thing, or does God make a distinction between the two?
We both have breath. When that breath leaves, you die, you know?
That's not what I asked you. Does God make a distinction between the livestock and the humans?
Yeah, the fact that we're made after the image of God. A dog isn't.
Okay, so was the livestock made before or after humans?
On the same day they were created. I told you they're the same.
Were they created before or after humans?
On the same day.
Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, I'll go with it.
Why are these questions so hard? I don't understand why they're like. I get confused by questions that are really difficult, but not easy questions.
Yeah, but he won't answer the question because it literally gives an order in which they were created. But he doesn't want to answer because he knows that that's going to screw up his whole thing here.
On the 6th day.
Okay, so let me. All right. That on the 6th day, right?
Yeah.
On the 6th day they were created. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second. What was created first? Livestock or humans?
They were created on the same day.
It doesn't matter if they were created on the same goddamn day. I asked which one was created first according to the Bible.
Well, you have to go by the day. Everything God did in that day.
Nope. There's
still an order.
There is still an order he gives on the way he created things in each day.
Look at verse 31.
Yep. Verse 31.
Everything that he had made. Yeah, everything he had made was in that day.
No, not in that day. He was talking about all of his creation throughout 6 days. Again, Heavenly, you've never read your fucking Bible. He is, in verse 31, he is talking about all of the creation, not about that day. Now, I'm going to ask you again, in the Bible, does it say that this is going to be your last chance, and then I'm just going to move on.
Don't give me any.
I'll just move on if you won't be honest. I really will.
That's fine. You can go ahead and blaspheme God. Go ahead.
Okay. What order did God create livestock and humans?
Is your wife okay?
Yep. Couldn't be honest. And
I love how he says like they were created the same day. It would be like joyful if you and I shared a birthday the same year and everything. One of us still had to be born before the other, right? Even if it was 1 second before. We wouldn't
Misery, nice to see you.
Day period. So.
Yeah, all right. Let me see how this works. So, fusion. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
You can't hear me. You're gonna have to.
I can hear you.
Dude, just not today. All right. Christ apologetics. You asked to be brought up, and I brought you up. What's up? What do you got?
Okay. So
well, how old are you, first off?
Firstly, I'm 19, and I'm a Catholic.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay. So, why do you assert that God does not exist in your background?
Because he doesn't exist. I do not believe that he does exist. I believe that it is logically incoherent that a God exists.
Okay, why do you assert that he does not exist?
Because it's logically incoherent. Do I need to say it a different way?
It's not logical because it's a fallacy.
Yeah, the properties of your God are contradictory.
No, they're not. But if you want to first
they are.
argue, if you're saying because God does not exist, if you're asserting that claim, then you're claiming something that is illogical. If you assert that God does not exist without any logical evidence, then
I do have logical evidence. You haven't even asked for it. You're just asserting that I don't Does the tooth fairy exist?
Hey, look.
Christ, answer my question. Does the tooth fairy exist?
The tooth fairy is not God.
There is no. No.
Religious.
No.
Yes, it is.
Christ,
When
you are
say
an
that
idiot
something
if you
is
think
false.
that. So listen, do you believe in hold on. Do you believe that you are
Before
saved
call
through
me an
faith?
idiot, before you call me an
Christ,
idiot, you should
Christ.
read, you should read.
Alright, I'm just gonna mute you. And you're gonna answer my question. Do you have to have faith in Jesus to be saved?
You need faith. Yes. You have to
Okay,
accept-
so you just said that my problem is that I have to have faith, but you have to have faith too, right?
That's not a problem. No. Why do you have to make it a problem?
You're the one that made it a problem. You said that
No.
atheism is less likely because it's all full of faith. Those were your words.
It's quasi-religious. I'm saying that Christianity has evidence to it. It has
No,
external
atheism is not religious at all. That's just a claim.
Science itself
Do you
is quasi-religious.
do you know what a
It operates
religion
on
is?
faith-based system.
Christ, you're gonna have to slow down. Do you know what a religion is?
Religion originates from the word religare, which means to bind. Which it technically.
What
means
is a
to
religion?
bind.
I'm asking you what religion is. What is the definition of a religion?
A particular system of faith and worship.
Yeah, there's no faith or worship in atheism. It's a lack of faith and
There's-
zero worship.
Why? Because
It's
you have
crazy.
faith-
It's crazy
faith in
that what
faith.
you just described is the exact opposite of what atheism is.
You worship yourselves in atheism.
No, I don't worship anything.
Your faith. Your faith. Your faith.
Christ,
is in-
here we go. I'm going to just tell you the logical fallacy, and you tell me the problem with it, okay? Of your God. All right, you are a Catholic, so you believe in the Trinity.
I need
Do you believe?
to speak
No, no. You said that I
When
said
you-
that I
when you're
didn't have
attacking me that
you
way,
said that I
you're
didn't
not
have
being-
logical proof. So now you're going to listen to my logical proof. You said you're Catholic, so you believe in the Trinity because that is core to Catholicism, correct?
It is. It
Okay,
is a
so you. Yeah. Just shut up and listen. Just shut up for a minute. You're
No,
gonna have to
let
chill.
him- We're not going to have.
Request back up, but I'm going to explain. So, P equals P, always. If P equals Q and P must be identical for it to equal P. Otherwise, it is a contradiction. It's a logical contradiction. It's a fallacy. And what you're explaining is there's three beings that are not identical that equal this one thing, and that just can't be. It's literally against logic.
The Trinity does not say that the Father is the Son, or that the Son is the Holy
Yeah, that's the
Spirit, or
problem.
the Holy Spirit is the Father.
That's
not
the
a problem.
problem.
Because when you say that the Father is the Son, or that the Son is the Holy Spirit, or that the Holy Spirit is the Father, then you would assert modalism, which means that God exists in different manifestations or modes. Which
Yeah,
is
the reason-
illogical.
Do you know? No,
illogical.
that's not illogical. That would make it logic. That would make it more logical because you aren't breaking a law of identity.
Modalism.
You are breaking the law of
Modalism.
identity when you say that three things are not identical, but they are the same thing.
We're not saying that the Father and the Son are identical as in being the same.
I know
cannot say-
that is the problem.
Then why do you assert that they're not identical?
All right, you can't say they are identical and they're not identical at the same time. Are they all three the same exact God?
All three, they are one God.
Yeah. So
That's the
is God? Hold on.
Trinity itself.
Is God? Is there just one God?
There is only one God.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. What is a God?
God is the all-powerful being and the unmoved mover.
Yeah, exactly. So you're saying that these three different beings is one being. You just said God is one being. Those were your words. And then you said there were three different beings that make up one being. That is against the law of identity.
They're not, because we're not saying...
They're just not because you don't want them to be. That's awesome.
It's like,
I like that argument.
1 + 2. It's like, look, when you're using logic, we're not asserting that they are technically the same, okay? We are saying that they are three persons and one God. They have come to be so in that way. It's not illogical to say that they are not one
No,
God.
it is.
Because the Trinity itself, the Trinity
Is God
itself
one being?
is the logical explanation.
Is
of how
God
they're
one being? Is God one being?
God is one being.
All right. Is Jesus a being?
Jesus is a person of the Trinity.
Is Jesus
The
a
Son. The
being?
Son
Don't
is-
change the words. I'm asking. Three different beings that are not identical that are one being. It breaks the law
one.
of identity. If you can't see that, I'm sorry, but that literally goes against the law of identity.
It doesn't go against the Trinity itself, because the law of identity itself, it explains that the Trinity is what shows that they are one.
Nope. Incorrect.
Prove
Okay,
it.
do you have any other issue? All right, so is your God all
Can you
powerful?
prove-
Well, we'll
can you
go to
prove
the
that?
next thing since you don't have the brain capacity to understand this one. We'll go to the next one.
That's not true.
Do
Because
Do
because
you-
I have IQ
do-
scores. I have IQ scores.
Yeah, I know. Your
What-
Facebook IQ scores are so high. So, listen, do you believe that your God is all powerful?
Yes.
Okay, so if your God is all powerful, he has nothing that hinders his powers.
So do not assert that I'm stupid. I'm saying. He has powers. Yes.
Okay, nothing can, or nothing hinders his powers. He can literally do anything.
Yes. He can do anything.
Okay, so he can make a rock too big for him to lift.
He can make something like that, but it doesn't mean that he can't lift it.
Okay, then he's not all powerful. Either way, in that when you take away all limitations of God to make him all powerful, then you come into another contradiction. Because for him to be all powerful under that definition, he would have to be able to make a rock too big for him to lift, which is a logical contradiction. So there's the second logical contradiction. Do you want another?
That's not exactly a logical contradiction, because Jesus Christ has.
Can he?
You want me to explain? I can explain, but
Can God do anything he wants to do? Can God do anything he wants to do?
Jesus Christ has two natures: human nature and divine nature.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Limited.
I don't care about that. So we're gonna mute you again because you just cannot handle being quiet for a second.
You're afraid.
Well,
You do not want to continue. You're trying to be attention seeking.
no, you have gotten wrecked, is what has happened. You have been wrecked.
Hey, Christ apologetics, I want you to hold your IQ score.
Why?
But I want to
Because
see
Jesus
it.
Christ has
see
human
it for
nature,
myself.
and he also has divine nature. If he has a human nature, he cannot lift a rock that is too much bigger for him. That is true.
Hey, Christ.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
talking-
questioning your
I'm-
He
IQ
is
score. I
God.
just want to
He
see
can
it.
also, at
Can
the
you
same
hold it up for
time,
me?
lift that rock.
Hey,
You
no,
understand
hold on.
that?
No, I'm talking about God the Father. Can God the Father make a rock that's too big for him to lift?
No, but if you're talking,
Then he's
about
not all
the thing
powerful.
itself, as in of itself, then That's a
Yeah,
different
then he
matter.
can't do something. So your God, there are things your God can't do?
There are paradoxes that you claim. However, that doesn't mean that he cannot do everything.
No, that does. That means he's limited by logical principles.
Can God do evil?
Yes. Yep.
No.
Yeah, he said that he says that liars go to hell because they're evil, and then he sends lying spirits to lie to people. He says do not murder, and then he says to go kill infants. He does all of these things. So he does things that he himself say is
Yes,
evil.
righteous judgment.
Hold
God
on.
is a judge.
No. Hold on. He even says that it is an abomination to sacrifice children to gods, but then he demands that the Israelites sacrifice children to him. So again and again, your God does do evil things.
Show me that.
Yeah. It's in
Is it
Ezekiel.
about the case with Moses?
No. You mean with Abraham?
No.
Abraham and Isaac when he's supposed to sacrifice his son?
No.
Is that what you're talking about? Because no.
The angel came to him, and then he said that you're being tested. It's under a trial. But God himself, Yahweh, he never commanded child sacrifice. And
Yes, he did.
The Amaleks, no, he never did.
Yes, he did.
I mean, he never commanded it in a sense.
No, yes, he did. I'm getting ready to read you the Bible. You've never read it, so we're going to read it to you. Give me 1 second. You just hold your horses. I'm going to read it to you.
Absolutely said it, I promise. I agree with Dr. Doomfist in the chat says the God of the Bible is the bad guy of the story. It's hard to argue against that.
Yeah, so Ezekiel 20, 25, and 26 says, so I gave them other statutes that were not good statutes and laws through which they would be defiled. And I defiled them through their gifts, making them sacrifice to even their firstborns, that I might fill them with horror, so they would know that I am the Lord. That's Ezekiel 20, 25 through 26. God says he commanded them to sacrifice even their own firstborn so that he would horrify them into serving him.
Okay, so may I speak now?
Yeah, if you're going to address what I just read.
Okay. So God's not endorsing these acts, but he's showing how he allowed their sin to reveal its aura and lead them to repentance.
So we're going to stop you there because you're being dishonest already. He says he commanded them to do this. He commanded this, Christ. You're not going to get to change words. We're going to be honest when we have this discussion. That's what this the law, sacrifice their own firstborns to scare them into worshiping him. You can't just change words and then say God was just letting them do it. No, God says he commanded them to do it.
But that specific verse that you gave, God is condemning Israel's idolatry. That's what he's doing. So
Nope.
God detests the
He
practice.
says he gave them the commands, Christ. He says I gave them these commands that were bad.
No, because in Jeremiah chapter 7, verse
Yeah, I don't
21,
care about Jeremiah chapter 7. We're talking about Ezekiel. You're going to keep on track. No, we're going to talk about Ezekiel. So in Ezekiel, it says he commanded them to do these evil things. Was that true or false? Was Ezekiel right or wrong?
He didn't command them. He gave them over.
No, that's not what it says. I'll read it one more time. It says, I gave them statutes and laws that were not
He gave them
good.
Statutes. Yes.
Statutes and law. Do you know what a statute? Do you know what a statute or a law is?
A statute. What?
A statute and a law. Do you know what those are?
The statutes and the law, yeah.
Yeah, so he gave them laws to sacrifice their children, and he knew they were bad. He said, I gave them statutes, and laws that were not good. God gave these to the Israelites.
He did not give them corrupt laws or customs.
Okay, so you're just gonna lie. Cool.
Words don't
Then
mean
you
much.
were a waste of time because you're literally, I'm reading it to you, and then you're just directly lying. Everybody else hears what I read.
This is why,
it's
Joyful,
crazy.
this can't be the word of God. It can't be the word of God. If you could do Bible night here, where you read a book a week or a book a month, and verse by verse, and you have 1,000 people in your live listening, you're going to get 1,000 different comments from Christians themselves about what it means, or this is hyperbole, this is exaggeration of this, or this is metaphor, and this is out of context, and this is a different translation, and which version are you reading from? And I mean, this is the most chaotic God. I have a degree in communications, and I'm telling you, this guy would have gotten an F in communications. This God couldn't take 2 tin cans with a string in between them and communicate with somebody.
Funson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, hold on. Radio Spencer, I need you to mute this live. Like, mute your mic for this live, and you're going to be talking through Video Ninja. I think that's where we went wrong. So you're going to have to unmute that, mute everything on this side, and talk through that, and you'll come through my speaker.
Wait, are you talking to me?
No, Spencer, my co-host.
Okay, good. Does that mean I'm good?
Hold on. Alright, so Funson, you are 19 and you're a Christian.
Yes.
Alright, what did you have?
Yes.
What did you have to share with us here today?
Okay, this took so long. Finally. First off, I would like to ask if you have a Discord server, if just in case the stream goes down again.
Yeah, we have a Discord. It's Deconstruction Junction.
Okay. Would I be able to talk to you in there if the stream goes down again?
You would be able to talk to me through. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be able to talk on this live though. So
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get to it now. Finally. Took some time. Okay. I'd like to talk about typology.
Spencer, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I'm not able to get my mic through my phone or the computer to work, so this is the only mic I have through my soundboard. So if I have to sit out this call, whatever you want me to do, I don't know. I can't. When I try to switch microphones, it takes off TikTok and it does a weird thing, so I lose you completely.
So,
Okay, we'll have to.
typology or
Yeah. Just.
yes.
Yeah, we're gonna do a quick call with you. I guess Spencer's just gonna have to sit out for right now.
You gonna do a call with me? You want to what am I doing?
No. We're talking. I'm just saying that Spencer couldn't join us because we're having technical difficulties, things that were not foreseen.
So can I start talking about my stuff?
Yep.
Yay! Okay, finally. Okay, I want to talk about typology, mainly because I keep finding more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the last time I talked with Joel Reads the Bible, I talked to that guy about typology, and I saw the cogs turning, and then I discovered more typology pretty recently.
Yep.
I think I was on a road trip or something, but anyways, where do I start? I'll start with, since you were talking about Abraham and Isaac, I'll start with that one, to explain why God commanded it. To give an explanation. God did not want Abraham to kill Isaac. God wanted to prefigure Jesus using Abraham and Isaac.
So did he lie? Hold on. Did he lie to Abraham when he told him he wanted him to kill him? Or was he telling the truth?
He commanded him to do it, but I don't think he said he wanted him to do it.
Okay, so what is a sin?
A sin?
Yep.
I could assume anything against God.
Against
God.
commands. That's what James says. So if God commanded it, that would be him saying, I want you to do this. Otherwise, it would be a sin not to.
Yes, of course, if Abraham refused, would probably be a sin.
Yeah, so God wanted him to, right?
Didn't want him to kill, but did want him to obey, as in go forward, grab Isaac and some wood, and get everything going, and then God stopped him right before it happened.
Okay.
They show a picture of Christ, and it's actually pretty cool. Would you like to hear?
The type and shadow of Christ? Oh, no, I have no interest in that. This isn't a prophecy. Do you have any actual prophecies about Jesus? I mean, I'd be interested in that.
This is something that was built into the Old Testament.
Yeah, this is just...
talk about it?
I mean, we can talk about it, but it doesn't have anything to do with Jesus. It has to do with Abraham and Isaac.
Well, it connects to Jesus. Because...
No, this would be an eisegesis. This would not be an exegesis. That you would not read Genesis 22, just Genesis 22, and come up with Jesus. So this wouldn't be an exegesis.
However, if you read the New Testament, if you read the Bible...
Yeah, so it's eisegesis, yeah.
See it.
So it's eisegesis, yep. That's you taking other parts of the Bible and making other things make sense with your own thoughts.
It's obvious, in my opinion, to be just me forcing it together. This is not forcing puzzle pieces together that aren't meant to be together. This is something that you will continue to notice while reading the Bible. I found one of Cain and Abel. I found one of Joseph being a type of Christ. Obviously, Adam and Eve.
Yeah, but that's all you just inserting that. There's nowhere in it that says anything about Christ or a Messiah.
Not, dude.
No, it is. I was a pastor for 10 years, okay? I know the typography you're talking about. This isn't a prophecy. You're talking about it foreshadowing Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah. So foreshadowing is just you asserting the New Testament into the Old Testament. These are old stories that, of course...
That's your opinion.
No, that's just the facts.
That's the fact, because... Why?
Because there's nowhere in the Old Testament that says this is about Jesus. Not a single place.
It's too obvious. When you put the New Testament next to the Old Testament, you can see the connections.
No, this is called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Do you know what that is?
Texas?
Yep, Texas sharpshooter fallacy. It's a real fallacy. It's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. And what it is you take a gun and you pew into the side of a barn, and then you go to your holes and you draw a target around it after the holes are already there and make it look like you got bullseyes. That's exactly what you're doing.
I did not draw anything.
No, you are.
Multiple people are able to find these.
Okay, so hold on. Was Jesus actually sacrificed?
Sacrifice?
Yep.
Yes.
Alright, so was it foreshadowing God sacrificing his son when Isaac was supposed to be sacrificed?
Well, actually, yes, it was.
Okay, so, was Isaac sacrificed?
Was Isaac sacrificed? No.
No, yeah, because there was a lamb that... Hold on. Something took his place. Did anything take the place of Jesus?
You're not understanding. The thing that took his place was Jesus.
Oh, so... Hold on.
Missing a lamb.
Hold on.
And the lamb was Jesus.
Alright, so who is being sacrificed in this? Am I being sacrificed and Jesus is my scapegoat for me being sacrificed? So God's sacrificing me?
Well, no, Jesus is taking the punishment for your sin.
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with Isaac. Isaac wasn't being punished for anything. He was a sacrifice. He was an unblemished firstborn that was going to be sacrificed. I am not that, so it is not a type and shadow of Jesus in me at all.
It definitely is.
No, I just explained how. How am I an unblemished firstborn? I'm not a firstborn, I can tell you that right now.
What are you asking?
Am I an unblemished firstborn? Am I unblemished?
I feel like you're reading this in a way as to avoid the text.
No, I'm reading it in how it's supposed to be read in Judaism, which is what this is written for. You are putting Jesus into this. That's my whole point. When I read it for what it actually says, he was taking his firstborn to sacrifice him, correct? Was this a punishment to Isaac?
Punishment to Isaac? It doesn't say that. So
Yeah, it absolutely was not. He was being sacrificed. So am I being, either I'm being sacrificed by God and Jesus is going to take my place for that sacrifice, or Isaac's story and my story have nothing to do with each other, and Jesus is not that ram.
Can you say that again?
Alright.
Jesus obviously isn't the ram. Jesus is the lamb.
Alright.
That's why there was a ram that took his place. And Jesus was the lamb that the Bible...
Alright, so now Jesus was so now you're even getting worse, because you're saying, I am not a sacrifice, I'm being punished. Isaac was not being punished, he was a sacrifice, and the thing that took his place was a ram, and Jesus isn't a ram, he's a lamb. So now you're okay. Okay.
You obviously don't want to hear about any other typology. You didn't want to hear about it in the first place.
No, because it's not prophecy. It's just it is literally a fallacy. It's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. And that is what you are committing.
It's definitely not fantasy.
Yes it is. You have something that you want.
And Cain, and the punishment Cain had, look into Joseph and him in prison and how that prefigures the cross. It's too freaking obvious.
No, there's nothing about the cross in the story of Joseph.
Bend it away.
There is no story about a cross in the story of Joseph. And there's nothing about Cain and Abel that's about Jesus either.
It didn't specifically say a cross, but it said they would be hung.
Okay? Do you
They would
think
be either hung on a rope or hung on a cross?
crosses didn't exist then?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does, because it wasn't talking about a fucking cross. So it does not matter. From the future to interpret something from the past. You are just inserting things.
It's pretty obvious,
Okay.
according to the Bible, that
Ignorant. There was no substance to that at all. Yeah.
Wow.
I couldn't handle that one. That's just... Yeah, like, I show him the ways that his foreshadowing don't work, and he's just like, well, that's because Jesus was the lamb. It's even better than a ram. That's why. It's just like, no. It doesn't work.
Well, the judges are in on that last caller. You want to see what they concluded?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yes.
There we go.
That's the vote.
If there are any other takers, you can feel free to come up. If you're going to come up here and try to talk to me about foreshadowing in the Bible, it's not going to work. It's just not. You can show me real prophecy, and we can talk about Jesus and prophecy, but foreshadowing is never a valid argument. It's cool for a Christian.
Terrible at foreshadowing. He was awful at foreshadowing.
No, he was. It doesn't say anything about a cross, but it says something about hanging. Okay, crosses didn't exist when that was written, so it couldn't have been talking about crosses, so it was talking about a different style of hanging. Like, it doesn't take that many brain cells to figure out that you just want it to say those things. Yep, it's a literary device in fiction. Guys, we are an hour and 40 minutes in to our first JA debates with our co-host, Mr. Spencer here, and I'm glad to see y'all. We've hit over 100 one time on my backup, which is a good feat. We've had some good conversations with a few callers. They're not the most intellectually honest so far, but I mean, are they ever? So keep tapping them likes. Keep sharing out the live. Let's try to get some more people in there, get some more conversations. We will be doing conversations till 9:30, and then we will be doing Q&A time, where you can come up, talk to me and Spencer if you have questions about deconstructing, questions about us personally, anything that you would like to ask. Come up for the last half hour, and we can do a short Q&A.
So close to 50K hearts, guys. We're so close. Keep tapping.
Next week, or Thursday, we have Hammy is the co-host, and then we have Tiny Smaws Monday, then Lobes the following Thursday, and then the week after that, I will not be here. Benny will be running the live. He will be the main host, and he'll still have the same background and everything, but it will be Benny and Volsey doing that live, hosting together, and then after that, we have Christina Carroll, and then Joel reads Bible, then Justin. So, really looking forward to seeing how this month goes, and we will be about midway through the month. I will start making my schedule for next month, and so if you want to jump in and become part of it, let me know. If I don't know you, I'll want to get to know you a little before I just throw you in here. A little bit about you, but I'm sure there will be a place for you if you're in the deconstruction community. At least there may be some exceptions to that. But, and if you, like Spencer, wants to come back later, we will be trying to recycle through people and keep everybody that there will be people that will be one-time wonders, I'm sure, but plenty of people that will be recycled back through. So I look forward to all of that. Yeah, Spencer is... I love Spencer.
Thanks a lot.
But we right now have no colors. If you're over on YouTube and you disagree and you have actual arguments, come on up through the tiny URL there at the top of your screen in the comments, and we will be more than happy to talk to you. Scientifically, it says that it is from the medieval period. So yes, right there, it is scientifically disproven to be Jesus' shroud. And I can biblically disprove it too with the book of John.
The book of John match the description, right?
Yeah, it doesn't even match the description of the shroud he would be wearing. He would be wearing a shroud around his body, and then a head covering, and then another wrapping around his head. You would never get the full body and face in one, according to the Bible itself. Either that or John was wrong, and then that's heresy. So I suggest not doing that. Nope, not 1980s. This is as recent as 2015. They have dated it again. So yeah. The only dating that says that it's any older than that is a Christian group that doesn't even cite the way they dated it. And it's been dated by a few different ways. It's been carbon dated, and it's also been dated through looking at the patterns on it and seeing that it was a stitch used in the medieval times, not a stitch used in first century Jerusalem or in that region. What's up, Benny?
I just wanted to come up to see if I could maybe get Mr. Jack Reality that's in the Deconstruction chat. They said that they knew that last person who called in. And how, like, an homage to the Old Testament from the New Testament. You realize, like, the writers of the New Testament had That's exactly what's going on with these like little hints and Easter eggs that you're claiming you're finding that are like secret Jesus.
But one of the bigger problems I find in it is that they never really spell out the gospel story of Jesus. Like, even talking about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the furnace with the fourth person, that fourth person wasn't burnt up in the fire for them. He just hung out in the fire and none of them got burnt. Daniel in the lion's den, they look down there, they see the angel with him. That's not an homage to Jesus, because Jesus wasn't eaten by the lions for Daniel. Like, there's like these big issues with these homages that they don't want to see. They just refuse to see it.
Right. Also, Jack Reality, you can just click that little tiny URL link. It's pinned to the top of the chat and get in there. Oh,
right on.
Looks like we got somebody else here. I'm going to drop, guys.
See you, Benny. Love ya.
Thanks, Benny.
Did you mean to come up? You are teacupped as of right now.
Yeah, sorry guys, I just had a phone call there.
All right,
how's it going?
What's your age, and are you a theist?
Yeah, I'm 27 years old. I've been a Christian now for 4 years. I've been saved.
Right on. What do you got for us?
I joined kind of late. I know you're discussing the story of Shadrach.
Was credence to it being true. And I was showing that really, when you look at the stories, they don't match up with the line of Jesus.
So if you go onto NewTestamentChristians.com, you'll see all of the 351 prophecies of Christ fulfilled.
There's zero.
Scripture references.
There's zero.
So if you
gotta stop looking at all these biased websites.
All right,
and
so
Christian
hold on.
That's the main problem you got.
Hold on. I'm going to read you a prophecy that's on that website. I'm going to read you a prophecy, and you're going to tell me if Jesus fulfilled it or not. Okay? And this
Born
is
of a virgin?
Yep, born of a virgin. We're going to talk about it.
So if one came to be true, then all of
nope,
them have
that
to be
did not come
that.
true. That one did not come true, and we're going to read it and show
that, bro.
I'm going to show you. Just shut up and let me read you the Bible. I know you hate the Bible when you actually have to read it.
Now you tell your guests to shut up? That's not very respectful.
Yeah, when you're talking over me when I'm trying to read your book to you, you should be quiet. Explain to me how Jesus fulfilled this. This is a prophecy to King Ahaz, who lived 400 years before Jesus. He says, again, the Lord said to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord, let it be as deep as Sheol or high as heavens. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. To King Ahaz. Look.
Where from the website is that scripture?
I'm reading the entirety of the scripture, not just the verse they want you to read. Isaiah 7, you shut up and let me read your book. I know it's hard for you. Just shut up and let me read your book.
It's not hard.
I'm reading the Virgin. I'm reading the Virgin. I'm reading because you won't shut up. Just shut up.
Brother,
just shut up. Just shut up.
I wasn't.
Just shut up. Just shut up.
You're a grown man.
Just shut up. Okay. Now let's get back to reading your Bible. Okay. Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall Name him Emmanuel.
Emmanuel. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
God
hold
be
on.
with
Hold on.
us.
Yeah. Shut up and let me read your Bible. Oh my God, you hate the Bible
God,
so much you can't.
He's been a Christian for 4 years. He's
He
so
can't shut
radicalized
up.
after 4
He already
years.
lost all of his patience. Yeah, Christianity takes all your patience away.
4 years, and he's acting like he's been in the faith for 10,000.
He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before you, whose two kings you are in dread of, will be deserted. So 400 years before Jesus, King Ahaz is told a child will be born, and before he can eat solid food, the two kings that he is in dread of will be destroyed. And that happens. It happens in the Bible 400 years before Jesus. This prophecy is about a child born 400 years before Jesus. Jesus could not have fulfilled this.
Can you reread those few verses
Yep.
about the virgin birth again?
Yeah.
Who's named Emmanuel?
God with us.
Yes.
All right, so I'm answering your question.
Bro,
you
have a
asked me you asked me a question. You need to chill, dude. You need to chill.
I can't
All right,
deal with
so
this. Have a
listen.
nice night. It's your own pride.
Okay,
Then don't.
that's
You're
fine.
the one who called up, right? We didn't draft you here.
That's fine. I know it's
I didn't
sad.
join to have a
I know,
little
cry and run.
debate
That's
with
fine.
Grown men here.
No,
You're
yes,
double my age,
you've
too,
been
which is
talking
sad.
over me the whole time.
Brother, I
you
wasn't
asked me a
talking
question.
over
Hold
you.
on.
I
Hold
came
on.
in here,
His.
I introduced
You
myself.
talked.
You asked me a question,
Look at
now
him.
you're
He
gonna make
can't
me-
shut up for 5 seconds.
God, just
listen.
stop.
You
Practice
asked
your
me a
own
question. You asked me a question, and then you got mad because I was answering it. You asked me a question, and then
mad.
you talked over my answer and got mad that I was talking.
Brother, I'm not mad. Can I tell you something?
Okay, let me finish answering your
Bro,
question, then you
I
can
didn't
talk.
ask you a question.
Yes, you did. You said, "What does Emmanuel mean?"
Yeah,
so I am answering.
already answered
I am
that.
answering that question.
Oh my goodness, this is how you talk, bro?
How did you get so radicalized in 4 years?
I'm not.
This-
You come from false religion. I already spoke
Well,
with
I
Radio
hope
Spencer
that
once.
I hope. Did you know
Really?
that? Yeah,
First
Hezekiah.
off, I would love for you to try to practice as much active listening as you would want me to when you're
Look at this
discussing.
fuck. Are you gonna cry or are you going to have
No,
a
I'm
conversation?
trying to get into my response.
No, you're
without
just
you.
crying. That's all you're doing. Do
So
you want to
you
have a
asked me-
conversation or do you want to cry?
Can I get one word in without you interrupting me?
Are you going to quit crying? If so, then yes.
Why? I'm just going to ignore whatever you're saying right now. When it comes to Emmanuel, right? God with us. What person within the Bible, right? You're saying it's part of the next chapter. When you read Isaiah, hold on, sir, please. You're saying I don't practice patience, but you need to really practice what you.
You
force
said
on
what
others.
part of the Bible is that in?
What's
and I was
Isaiah
going
about?
to answer it. So if you pose a fucking question, I'm going to answer
Curse
it.
one more time, man. I'm gonna. leave.
Fuck.
I'm sorry.
Fuck.
Have a nice night, guys.
Jesus fuck. Fuck
Jesus loves you despite your sin,
Jesus
bro.
is a fucking cuck.
God.
He loves you despite your sin.
Jesus is a
Yeah,
cuck.
he could tell us himself. We're not in third grade on the playground. He could tell us himself.
His
Doesn't need to pass
his
notes
needs
to
a
you.
nap. He's up past his bedtime. He couldn't handle the big boy conversation. Emmanuel
Wow.
choose cud. Yep, Emmanuel choose cud. Okay, so if you're still in the chat, I would just like to say, so the problem with this is literally it says that this was happening during the time of Ahaz. No matter what Emmanuel means, it doesn't matter. If it happened during the day of Ahaz, that was 400 years before your Jesus. He did not fulfill the prophecy. I'm sorry. You can cry. You can throw a fit. You can try to talk about reasons that words mean words, but it does not matter. He was named Yeshua or Jesus or whatever you want to say. He was not named Emmanuel. So again, this is as poor as the foreshadowing.
I love how Christians make
crazy.
it such a big deal, the Emmanuel thing, and then through the rest of the Bible, like it never comes up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What?
It's like your name's Tommy, but the Bible says your name is Joey, but we never call you Joey. We call you Tommy.
That was a 400-year
so
prophecy. Yep. Yeah. He was a recent guest. He was here the other night when me and Crystal were doing our farewell to our show. And he was pretty intolerable then too. That's
hey, Joel, I got to ask you this because you were a pastor, and I have never been. But in your experience, I'm assuming, and maybe I shouldn't assume, but I want to get your take on this. That guy said he was a Christian for 4 years. He was saved, or doesn't that entail a severe amount of indoctrination when you're that neck deep in the Jesus juice 4 years into it? I mean, that guy sounds like he might as well have been radicalized when he was like an infant or something. I mean, what was your experience with that when people were that indoctrinated and that gung-ho about Jesus and everything 4 years into discovering it? What did that tell you? Just like severe indoctrination, or gullibility was high, or what accounts for that? Do you know?
Well, I'd say for one, with how young he is, he probably was in the church and left and then came back, would be my guess. So he's saying he's 4 years saved, but he probably grew up in it, more than likely. But secondly, a lot of times the most gung-ho, ready to fight Christians are the newest believers. It is crazy because you're telling them, you're giving them these crazy, outlandish promises they've never had in their whole life. You're offering them peace of mind. You're offering them release from mental illness. You're offering them release to come. You're going to strip off this nasty body where you did all this bad shit. Because most of the time when adults come to God, it's going to be people that are down and out. It's going to be people that are looking for hope. And you're offering them this greatest hope ever. So when they join it, they're gung-ho for it. They're like, I've never had this. And then you have people like coming around them in church and like being loving to them. And they're getting this stuff that they don't get elsewhere. So they are like more enthralled than even the indoctrinated people a lot of times when you get adults into the fold. Yeah, fake love. Yep. It's definitely fake love. I thought about putting on my background atheists love better above the Christians. But I'm not sure if I'm going to do that or not yet. Yeah, love bombing them. Exactly. Love bombing them. And then it goes away. Me and my wife, every church we were very active in and we had great relationships with people, we would move on and we would never, unless we reached out, we would never hear from them again. When we left the faith, never heard a peep from a single goddamn person I met in ministry. Not a single peep. Besides my own family, not a goddamn peep. Sexy man, you don't scare me. I mean, is that your phone? I'm actually writing that down. Give me a second, because I'm going to call you later. But I am going to send you an invite now, because I also want to talk to you now. But I will call you later. I'm not scared of calling people. Let me see here. It's funny when they are like, here's my phone number, I ain't scared. Then come up here in front of everybody. Yeah. Come up here in front of everybody. Anonymous, what's your age and are you a Christian?
Hope they dropped off, I think.
Oh. Okay. Someone get joyful. No, I really, I don't mind. One night I left, I quit the live and there was somebody in Video Ninja like an hour and a half later that just joined. And I talked to him for like an hour and a half. Me and some theist. He was a super sweet guy. I wish he would have been on my live because it would have been a great conversation. But we talked for like an hour and a half, just me and him on Video Ninja. because I don't know how he got there or what, but it was a good time. Why are people dropping? Yeah, I don't know. Guys, thanks for all the likes. We're at 57,000 likes. Thank you so much. We have 2 hours left of taking callers. If you disagree on YouTube or on TikTok, please go ahead and join the conversation. Over there on YouTube, all you have to do is go up there to that top pinned comment, and you will be able to see... you will be able to see... Oh, sorry. You'll be able to join the conversation through tinyURL, and we can talk to you over there. For tonight, unfortunately, Spencer cannot. We'll have to figure out the kinks there. I knew that this was going to be a learning curve. No, it's going to be it's a learning curve for me trying to do this new setup. So we're going to learn and get more fluent, have better streams. But I think I am going to stream all of these lives on this account, and I may... I think I'm going to stream off of this account, even though it has less followers, and kind of just rebuild this new brand a little bit as well with this account. So we'll see how that goes. But JCal, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube. The super chat, it says, "Hey guys, hail Doug." Amen, hail Doug. In my description on YouTube, it says that this live is powered by the Deconstruction Zone and, of course, Doug. That is where we gather our strength and we press forward. I'll have to remove that when Joel is my co-host because he has an adverse reaction to Doug, but he'll be okay. But yeah, I'm having a blast so far. Spencer, what do you think?
Oh yeah, no, I love it. Thank you. I'm having a good time with you.
I think this is a good way of doing it, having the two people and one person talk. I was watching the line and I was just thinking, like, there's not really anything quite like that on TikTok. There's similar, like, just the debates, but having, like, the two people and taking one caller at a time and just kind of... The problem is getting people to talk to that don't drive me nuts, because the last few drove me nuts pretty quick. Do you guys live in the same time though? No, he lives on the West Coast and I am Central Time, so we are 2 hours different. Oh. She will wreak havoc, and I give all power still to Crystal. But yeah, I think it's been fun so far. That, and we get to know new creators too. Like Lobes isn't very out there yet. We have Hammy, who's in a lot of panels, but he's not really like does a lot of his own lives and things. He's gonna be on here next. Benny and Volsey being together, I really want to see that. Like, I'll be watching. Towards the end of the month, we have Christina Carroll, Joel Reads Bible, and Justin back to back. And next month, hopefully, I can't promise anything, but hopefully we have Dr. Blitz. He's trying to work it out, and hopefully we have Forrest Valkai, which would be absolutely amazing. My mind would be blown. I couldn't even believe he answered my DM. So, like, I was very starstruck that he even considered being on this live. So
that's awesome.
I love Forrest Valkai too. He's like, I love, everything about him is just awesome. Yeah, he believes in evolution. I believe in evolution too. I think anybody with a brain should believe in evolution, because that's how you got your brain in the current state that it is in. But there's monkeys. Spencer. Why are there still monkeys?
I heard somebody, I don't know where I heard this, but I only heard this in the last year. Somebody joked saying, if Adam came from dust, why is there still dust? I thought that was brilliant. I don't know who I heard that from, but I thought that's a good one to throw back at Christians. Is like, Adam was made out of clay. How come we still have clay? Desert Mom, I think we're going to save that for later, right, Joyful? She's saying, can Spencer tell us about his journey into deconstruction? But I don't want to take up time doing that now, because I think we're going to...
Oh, yeah, we will do that during Q&A. Stick around. That will be in 2 hours. We will start our Q&A for me and Spencer. You'll come up and ask us whatever questions you have for us, whether it's just about deconstruction, whether it's about what we believed about Christianity. Excuse me. Anything that you can think of to ask me or Spencer. Now's that last half hour will be the time for it. I do have a strict cutoff time because I want this to be as structured as possible, and I know we're not used to that. Here on my lives, we run all different times, and we'll split off and go do I Am His Pastor, but now we are very stringent. Also, I want to point out on my other channel, on my main account, which I guess I'm going to have 2 main accounts now, because this will be for this. My other account will be doing Pride Night once a month, and it will be the night after Benny and Volsi are live on this. The next night will be Pride Night with me and Crystal J, and we will be hosting Pride Night, and we'll be bringing up guests that are part of the community and guests that are allies, and we are just going to have fun. We're going to talk about... We're going to talk about people's experience and growing up or coming out or whatever, and kind of just sharing that and let people know they're loved, they're cared for in that community, and hopefully give some people that don't have the knowledge on the topic a little bit of knowledge into the LGBTQ community. I think that'll be a lot of fun, and it will be very educational for people.
Yeah, that's much needed. I'm glad you're doing that.
Yeah, that is one thing I said that I'm definitely going to make the time for. And also, just so you guys know, there will be times where I won't be doing these lives, where I will not be here. Most of the time I will, and it will be me and another co-host. But there will be times where it will be 2 other hosts all together. They will have the same background, same J debates, everything. But I just won't be here because I'm busy. But I want this to be a consistent thing that keeps going. And so I have gathered a group of people that are going to help me make that happen. And I think the Deconstruction Junction YouTube page, we're building that through these lives as well. So if you do not follow the Deconstruction Junction, I don't know what's happening with my camera. It's freaking out. If you don't follow the Deconstruction Junction page, make sure you're following that over on YouTube. That is a great community of people. And, yeah. Mike Oxlong, how did we get here? Come up and we can talk about how we got here. I would be more than willing to have a discussion about origin of life. I actually love that discussion. It's one of that is not
folks,
God.
I think Joyful Apostate's camera's doing that because that man is a demon.
Amen. That
Look
has
at
to be
my picture.
My phone just goes through these phases. I don't know why. I need to get stream camera. is what I need to do, but I just haven't. I'm not that bougie yet. Hopefully, we'll get there.
Is that what a lot of people do? Like, are they using cameras that aren't their phones?
Yeah.
Like, are some of the
Yeah, like Justin doesn't use his phone at all. I'll text him during his lives. We'll be texting. He doesn't use his phone at all. But it takes a lot of time and figuring out to make that happen. And I just, with 4 kids, I just don't have that, Spence. And I think you probably understand that.
Yeah, life gets busy. If I could do this, my goal is to do this almost like a second job eventually. But I enjoy it so much that it's kind of an extension of talk radio, really. I mean, this is like the new media, all these apps and everything. I think TikTok's one of the primary ones. YouTube, obviously, also.
Yeah. YouTube, to be honest, and I might start losing numbers saying this, but if the YT would make a good way to get guests, this would be like my secondary. I probably wouldn't even take guests on here. It would just be something I stream to, not my main stream, but as of right now, it's the best way I know to have guests. The Video Ninja obviously has its issues. Dude, what is my camera doing? Give me 1 second.
I still think he is a demon, folks, now that he's teacupping. Oh, never mind.
Maybe it'll work now. I reset my... Nope. I do not know what is happening. I've changed nothing. And then... I don't know. That's God working.
I had my first guy... I had a guest yesterday, or maybe this morning. I was having one hiccup after another, like my face froze in a weird way, and I had to quit, and then I got flagged for something, and I had to quit. And he comes on, he goes, "That's God's way of warning you." And I'm like, wow. He wouldn't give me a heart attack or a stroke first off, I guess, or burn me in my sleep. So he's gonna take away my TikTok capabilities. So
it's my. You want me to take my shirt off, Benny? Is that what you're saying? Benny, I am quite comfortable with just my shirt on. So, God is real. Read my username. God is not real, but I will send you a invite so you can prove it other than just your username. I would be more than happy to. I would have to run it through my computer, the live, to make it work. But that way, it would be a lot more fluent, kind of like the line and that. Everywhere you look at God.
Oh, God is real. Please request up.
I sent him an. I don't think Mike's being serious. I would hope. That's more of a joke than anything. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. We have 66,000 likes. We may get to 100,000, guys. If we get to 100,000 likes on the first episode of this live, that would be amazing. Over there on YouTube, we are not doing the greatest, but we have took some time off, and we've had a lot of issues. So, I get it. Our numbers will come over there. Let's see here.
God is real says, if you believe in cause and effect, you believe in God. He is the cause. If you say so, I guess. Just
the universe is the cause. What now? You think God is the cause. I think the universe is the cause. What now? What do we do? This just shows the foolishness of that argument. We've had this argument already tonight. That you guys don't even know the nuance of that argument to actually have the argument. You just hear it, think it sounds good, and you regurgitate it. The creation as a creator has a creator, not the other way around. There is no creation. Nothing was created. Everything was always in a different form than it is right now, and now it's just in a different form. Life does come from non-life. We actually can show that. They create replicating molecules in labs just by taking amino acids and adding what do they add to it? Another natural agent. I can't remember what it is, but they shake it up and make it into a frenzy, and they make self-replicating molecules that literally mutate. As they self-replicate, they mutate and become more and more advanced. So yeah, life does come from non-life, or either that or self-replicating molecules aren't living, which is kind of a weird statement in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who shook that up? A living person. No, didn't take a living person. It just took the atmosphere that is thought to have existed back when life originated and recreated it. And that's what we came up with. It's crazy how that works. Dr. Blitz is brilliant, and he's fun to watch. I recommend everybody follow Dr. Blitz. He is a very brilliant man, and hopefully we'll have him here on JA Debates before too long. Bang. What caused that? What caused what? The Big Bang? Everything was so dense that the energy was too much for the... how tight it was. The dark energy got to a point to where it had to start expanding, and that's why it's expanding, and we're running out of dark energy, and that's why the expansion is actually slowing, and eventually, more than likely, gravity is going to pull it all back to a very condensed state, and then it's going to build a bunch of dark energy again, and then it will do the same thing all over again. Just dark energy. It doesn't take a god.
You can always guest up and we can go into more detail.
What's crazy to me
not very
is
strong tonight. It's not very inspiring people tonight.
I would, like, when I was a Christian, I would have these arguments with little to no knowledge of science. But it is, like, now, like, get educated. Like, why don't you just get a little bit of education into science and things like that and not just regurgitate the things you hear? We got Donnie 12 Toes. Donnie, what is your age, and are you a theist?
I'm 30 years old. I'm an agnostic Christian.
An agnostic Christian. Right on. So what do you got for us?
I actually joined up to talk about the Big Bang thing there because I've been hearing about quantum foam as being a resolution to what's gonna happen for the crunch side of things. That's what leads to the constant expansion. That's the dark energy that you're referring to, right? Quantum foam.
Yep.
So I don't really understand that. Could you expand on that for me? Because I'm definitely all about expanding and learning like you're talking about there.
Okay, so I know the theory, and I know, I've read some studies about it. I don't know a whole lot, all of that energy is going to have to come to a point where it is neutralized before it can stop expanding. It has to expend all of its energy to start retracting back in, and then gravity itself is what's going to retract it back in. But as things get more dense, energy builds again. So the idea is, as things get dense and hot, the energy starts going crazy, expands out, and it's going to keep expanding until all that energy is neutralized and gravity overpowers it. And then it will start to come back until it gets back into the most condensed form it possibly can, which will again build the energy. So the energy is just recycling over and over again, recycling the same exact energy and matter.
Well, that feels counterintuitive to like the laws of entropy, doesn't it? So how do we resolve that?
The laws of entropy are just showing that there's deterioration in the way things are.
It's the total loss of energy in a system.
Yep.
So for that energy.
You don't lose the energy. It gets
we're losing the energy.
We are not losing the energy. What we're doing is we're redistributing energy.
Okay, so you're saying that it redistributes instead as like a
energy can't be destroyed, can it?
No,
yes.
That's my knowledge.
Yeah, it's going to be expended. All of the energy is going to be expended to the point where gravity takes hold, and gravity pulls us all back together until the energy becomes to a point where it must expand again, and then it will start to expand again.
Yeah, but entropy addresses the loss of energy in a system, not necessarily the loss of energy in existence.
No, yeah, exactly. So the loss of energy is happening with the expansion. The more outspread we get, the less the condensation of energy. So each part of the universe is getting less and less energy in it, which gives you the entropy. But then when it comes back together, all of that energy it comes back into a confined space. So then all of the energy is back and it is getting hot and more dense, and then it will have to expand again. So it's all the same energy. It's just dispersing and becoming less and less because of the wide expanse. It's kind of like water. If I dump out a gallon of water into a little bucket, it's going to overflow that bucket. But if I dump it out into my tub, there's just going to be a little fine line. The more space something takes up, the less of that thing there's going to be.
Okay, so where I'm, I guess, lost then is, does that energy leave the system of expansion and move into the system of gravity and increase? Is that what you're saying then?
No, gravity overtakes the power of the dark energy that is causing the expansion.
Okay, so if we can't lose energy as like a whole, it can't be destroyed, what system is it transferring into then?
It's not. It's spreading. Space is expanding. Okay? Mm-hmm. So the wider something gets, the less of something, the more something gets stretched out, the less of material it has. I don't know how else to express this.
Well, I think what I'm driving at is I don't agree with the theory of Big Crunch. I accept Big Bang. I don't agree with Big Crunch because that energy has to go somewhere on the expansion that you're talking about. There is energy causing expansion.
Yep.
It stops. Gravity is a constant. It doesn't change.
Yep. I agree.
And so how does the crunch start?
The crunch starts because there's too much space that the energy is pushing. All right, because the energy is what is causing the expansion. The universe right now is still expanding. The more it expands, the more energy it expends. Okay? Do you understand that so far?
Yep, I'm following.
All right, so if it's being expended to cause the expansion, that means you are stretching out the energy and making it less, I don't want to say powerful, but less active. You make the energy less potent. Therefore, you're getting less energy potency. So eventually gravity will be more powerful than the energy itself because it will be too widespread. No.
Yeah, well, gravity would have to increase. The energy would have to go into gravity for a retraction to start.
No, it would have to get too big for the energy to keep up with the gravity. Because gravity is working against the gravity. Hold on. Gravity is working against the expansion, correct?
Yes, and so they will eventually be equal forces.
Yes, but the problem is that it's going to try to keep going until it cannot go any further, right? So what you're saying is it's eventually going to reach it's going to eventually reach an end, and then it will just stay there. Is what you're saying?
There will be a homeostasis that the two forces will be.
That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. That is interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, I can track, like, if there was an introduction of force into the gravity system, that if gravity was going to change from the constant state that it is, that eventually it would result in a crunch. But if we're being mathematical and scientific about it, that eventually these two opposite forces would be equal and a homeostasis would be reached. That's why crunch is a theorem and not a theory.
Give me 1 second. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess I don't really have a contention to that. I don't know why that would be an issue anyway, for an eternal universe.
I don't think it's an issue for me in an eternal universe. I think the issue is in how we respect time. That in Big Bang, Big Crunch, we're looking at B theory of time. That it's a cycle of things. Mm-hmm. And I don't agree with B theory of time. I think A theory of time is true.
Okay, why do you think A theory of time is true?
Well, because there are special moments. My perceptions have changed over time. Consciousness projects itself into the universe and creates change. It's intercession.
Well, yeah, B theory of time doesn't say that there isn't.
B theory of time indicates that there's a cycle of things occurring in this Big Bang and Big Crunch. Do things.
Okay. Do you think that we do that outside of any kind of outward influence?
No, I think it's all influenced in and among of itself. Well, so can I give you...
So are you a determinist, or do you believe in free will or determinism?
I believe in free will. There's no determinism. I'm A theory.
Yeah, I know.
Was in and of my own volition.
So, hold on. Are all of your actions done independent of external forces?
No, I'm made up of physical forces, so no.
Yeah, so it's not free will. Free will would be you are able to do any...
Physical forces don't determine my conscience. I work within the framework of those physical forces.
Within the physical forces. Yeah, you work within those, but free will would...
I guess we're having a disagreement on what free will is still, then could we go back to defining that?
Yeah, I'm just going with a core definition. What is your definition?
Well, to me, free will just means that you and I, the individuals, so like me, Donnie, you, Joyful, have the option to decide things for ourselves.
Okay.
Right? Like,
so yeah, that would be free choice.
Hold on real quick. Yeah, you came to the logical conclusion from your perspective that God does not exist.
Yep.
Just like I came to the logical conclusion of my own volition that God does exist.
Yeah, but the problem is, Donnie, is if we can just take words and make it whatever we want it to be, I could say free will means there's unicorns that shit in my attic, And then we're talking about two totally different things that have nothing to do with each other just because I decided I like a definition of a word. So if we're actually we got to work within the realms of some sort of definition that can either be
us trying to define it.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, can you show me any like where that it is defined in that manner? Like,
well, I don't know why.
Other than you just liking,
this is what I'm talking about. Well, this is what I'm talking about.
Other than you liking that definition, can you show me like why I should be okay with that definition?
Okay, so should I try to look it up in like the Oxford for you, and we'll run with that definition of it. We'll see if we agree or disagree.
Oh yeah, because it will say what I said.
No,
that's absolutely fine with me.
I want us to agree on what we're talking about. I don't really care what the like language that we use around it. That's pedantic.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Concepts.
You talking about something because you made up a definition for something.
Well, you made up a definition for like what the entropy of law is. So I tried.
No, I didn't. That is literally the entropy. Entropy just means that in the state that it is in, that it is devolving.
It's the total loss of energy in a system. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, in the system,
right, and then
you
tried to redefine it and say the energy increased or did something else. So
I did not say that.
Right?
You're lying about what I said now, Donnie. That's not what I said.
Okay, well, we'll move on. We've kind of agreed that one's still up in the air a little bit. So
yeah, yep. And I didn't lie about what you said. So
Benny's come up with it.
Well, so I'm just trying to make conversation while I look up free will in the Oxford for you.
Mm-hmm.
Donnie, do you believe that God? Donnie, do you believe that God's will always wins out? Like, if He has a determination, like if He does God always get His way? In other words,
I don't think God operates as a being as such.
Okay, I like your thoughts. You're interesting to me. And when you said agnostic Christian, I'd never really heard that term before. But I'm assuming that means you're a Christian, but you still question Christianity, which is very healthy, I think. So you're a Christian, but you don't necessarily believe all the ins and outs of it. Is that what an agnostic Christian is?
So it just means that I can't prove the existence of God. And so because I know that I can't prove the existence of God, it's fruitless to have that conversation generally.
But no Christian can. So that means you're like above and beyond honest, in my opinion. That gets you a gold star in my book, because that means by definition all Christians ought to say I'm an agnostic Christian, because
influence.
No, that's not what it says. I'm looking at the Oxford Dictionary right now. It says the power to make your own decision about what to do without being controlled by God, fate, or circumstances.
Well, I'm looking at the Oxford Dictionary website, and it says the power to make your own decisions without being controlled by God or fate.
All right, so my Oxford. Okay, yeah. So do you think circumstances dictate how people make their decisions?
I would say yes. I think that existence is kind
of...
Yeah,
that it's not free will.
Yeah, well, existence is subjective.
Yeah, so it's not free will.
How is that not free will?
Because it says not dictated by circumstances, and you just agreed that circumstances do dictate the way we make choices.
Well, okay, I guess we don't have the same definition then, because again, mine says the power to make your own decisions without being controlled by God or fate.
That's weird that mine adds circumstances, but yours don't in the same dictionary. That's odd, Donnie.
I just pulled it up in Google. Let me actually open the website.
I just looked on Oxford English, and you have to subscribe, I guess, or it's a paywall or something.
Yeah,
I couldn't even look it up.
that's why I don't have the actual website pulled up. So I'm sorry, we have different definitions being pulled up here. Words do have different definitions. Is there a second and third that we could maybe look at and agree?
Give me 1 second.
Because honestly, I'd like to come out of this like agreeing with you on some things.
Let me see here. It only gives me the one, but I'm sure I can find... I don't know how to navigate this so well.
I mean, in the context of religion, would we agree that, in a Christian sense, it means independent of God's influence?
Oh yeah, from a Christian stance, I think that would be fair. But but that's not true either.
From that stance.
Oh yeah, the Bible says that God does dictate the way people do things.
Yeah, the Bible says that.
Okay, so do you believe that the Bible is true?
I believe that there are pieces of truth within the Bible, but it is full of hyperbole, falsehoods, contradictions.
So you want to dictate it from your version of Christianity. You don't want to dictate it from actual Christianity or the Bible, the book.
Christianity is a diaspora.
Yeah, so you just make it up as you go. Okay. Well, Donnie, you can go make it up as you go, but there's no point in having a conversation about that. Okay. We're back.
Oh my
What's
goodness. I was trying to get you guys on the same page. So, if Donnie believes in a theory of time, and the Bible is what he's going off of, I don't understand how he can explain prophecy then. Like, a theory of time and prophecy don't mix together. So, Donnie, you would need B theory of time for prophecies to exist.
Well, prophecies are
if B theory exists, then free will does not exist. The only way that free will exists is if God is not able to see the future, and that is not the classical theism doctrine or Christian doctrine. So I don't know how you would square away prophecy.
Well, here's what I know, Donnie, why Donnie was being dishonest with the definition, because when you do Google it, it has 3 things that come up without the AI.
Here we go. Hold on. I'm letting them up.
3 things that happen is there's one that says what Donnie says it says. Because it's a shortened version, if you just look down at the next one, it adds the circumstance.
Hey, so we can talk about that if you want, because I think that there's different algorithms in our system right now that I'm reading it word for word, man. I'm not being intellectually dishonest with you. I'm looking at what it says. It says Oxford Learner's Dictionary, noun, uncountable, the power to make your own decisions without being controlled by fate or by God or fate. And then I look right underneath that. It says Oxford English Dictionary, free will, nouns, meanings, and I have to click on it to look any further.
Okay.
Yeah, so free will just means that you're able to act without any kind of outside influence, right? The outside influences are not the things that are actually determined.
Prophecy for you real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, so in a theory of time, as far as God's all-knowingness and being omnipresent, it works in a theory because there is no future. The future doesn't exist in any capacity. So God being all-knowing means he knows all things right here and now. Now has the spotlight.
Right, but in very many parts of the Bible, there are prophets that are saying what will happen in the future. And for that to happen, God would need to know the future. Correct?
Okay, so I think
either God is making the future happen then, or he's going in and enforcing these events to happen in a certain way, so he kind of gives you an illusion.
I think I have a non-traditional definition of what Christian means as well. That I don't think that the Trinity is true. I think the God of the Old Testament is a different God than Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, I get it. You're saying that the God of the Old Testament is a different God from Jesus Christ, even though Jesus is established on the prophecies of the Old Testament?
No, I'm saying that those prophecies are irrelevant. They're not really prophecies.
So if Jesus didn't fulfill any of the prophecies, how did he become a Messiah?
I'm not saying that Jesus was a Messiah either, really, I suppose.
So Jesus was just is he Abrahamic?
Jesus was a human being who walked the earth and talked about loving each other. That's all I can prove.
Okay. So the divinity of Jesus, though, how do we get to that point?
That I believe all humans are divine.
Okay,
we are all made of the physical things that Jesus was made of.
Okay, so like a universalist kind of understanding, or like panpsychist, or something like that.
Well, so as far as like the salvation side of things, that I would absolutely hold towards a universalist standpoint.
Or
that, salvation on earth isn't really achievable because we don't know. We have no way of knowing what about all the people. You know, the whole argument for invincible ignorance. That like if you're incapable of knowing a thing, then it's not fair to hold that against you until the afterlife where you can know.
Are you more of like what they would like refer to as like a Gnostic, like the Sethians or Valentinians or the Marcionites, like those kind of sects, where they don't believe in salvation, they believe more in like wisdom and knowledge as the way to be divine?
Yeah, I think that probably you would put me more in the camp of like a universalist as far as like God isn't an entity or being that walks the earth. It is the Spinoza's God, if you would. Like, I think that I'm probably closer to that than a traditional Christian version of God.
Okay. I see what you're saying now. So, I would say that, you're not even a Christian really in the sense, because to me, a Christian has to believe that Jesus is like divine or like eternal in this like special way, that he is, chosen.
Yeah, but he is because we all are.
At this point, you're just like making a new religion. So I guess
that's exactly why I dropped him the first time.
One other thing though, before he leaves, I just wanted to say that we don't know if the universe is a closed system. So the law of entropy, which is a Newtonian law, does fall apart a little bit, especially even when you're considering quantum mechanics. Newtonian physics do not work like at the quantum level. That's why we have things like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which explains also what your question was about quantum foam. The uncertainty principle means that you can't really locate any single location of an atom. So since it's uncertain, it's kind of like this, I don't know.
Right now. Love you, Betty.
Going on. All right, bye.
Bye. Betty, I'm not supposed to bring up friendlies. It's a new format, Benny. If this is Donnie again, I'm just going to... That's why I dropped him the first time. He was just making everything up as he went along. There's no way to argue that.
Oh, no.
Nice.
What?
Get it?
While he's doing
Get
that,
it?
I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Get it?
I'm an old man. I'll be right back.
Crystal got rid of him. I thought somebody would eventually get rid of him.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm an old man. I got an old bladder, so.
You're fine. That's where I just went to. So.
I'll be back.
I was down with Mufasa, but somebody brought him up. Who brought Mufasa up?
Brother, dancing. Brother, music play, dancing. Please, brother.
Well, this is our commercial break, guys. I don't know who brought him back up to dance, but there he was, guys. If you guys like more content like that, let me know, and we can see if Mufasa can be a regular. No, I'm just kidding. I hate on this channel. Only hate on this. Donnie, there's not only hate on this channel. It's that you're just making things up. There's no way to have a conversation with somebody that literally is just making things up as they go to fit their every whim. That's nonsense. It's like I was trying to say when I kicked you the first time. If I could say that words mean all sorts of crazy shit, and you wouldn't be able to argue against me. If you are over on YouTube and you disagree, go ahead and come on up and we can have a conversation if you're on TikTok, you know where it is. Donnie, if you request one more time, I'm just going to block you because I don't want to sit here and think I have a guess and then click on the box and all that good shit. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. We're at 82,000 likes. If we could hit 100,000, that would be amazing for our first show here on JA Debates. We're going to be bringing you some great guests. We've got Hammy coming up next, which isn't like a super big creator, but Hammy's hilarious and he has good points. We have who do we have after that? We have Tiny Smoz, who is very good at the last conversation we were having about quantum foam and stuff. He would be able to answer all of those questions with where I am more generally speaking understanding it. I am not that in depth. Tiny Smoz is going to bring us great science, and we're going to have some good conversation with Tiny. And then we have Lobes. Lobes is more new on the debate scene, and I'm really looking forward to have Lobes with me because I think he's a great dude, and he has Donnie, you can come back when Tiny is. He will be live with me on the 11th. So you can come back then, and you and him can talk about quantum foam. Lobes is going to be here. Just so many great people lined up. And then we have Benny, who is just up here, going to be hosting alongside Volsi, which is going to be a great live as well. They will be casting on my channels, and they will be also casting on Deconstruction Junction, just like we are right now. So stay tuned on our channel. This is going to be awesome. Christ Before Jesus never gets with me about setting up a date, but that's fine. Maybe in September.
He's one of my favorites too.
Oh, I love listening to him while I don't get to interact with his live a lot because it's usually while I'm working, but I listen and it is amazing. One of my faves for sure. But we will have to get him on here as a co-host at some point.
Absolutely. We're so close to 85K hearts, guys. Keep tapping that screen.
Yeah, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing out the live, guys. Share it. Do all them good things. If you haven't sent me a heart me, it's just one coin. Send that heart me. That helps push us into the algorithm or the populars. All them one coin team member things. Those help so much. We got to 72 team members tonight with the heart me's, which thank you here on my backup. That is amazing. Which, again, I'm not sure. I may just keep this as my main account for for these lives. I haven't quite decided yet how we're going to proceed.
I hope it's not cheating, Joyful, but I didn't realize I could tap the screen, so I'm tapping too.
I don't know.
Push this into the algorithm.
Yeah, some people have said that being on the panel it doesn't help, but I don't think anybody really knows what actually does it. I think TikTok just
seems to be registering. Yeah,
Jaren is goated. Jaren is awesome. It helps, Farah says. So, right on. If you disagree and you're on YouTube, jump in. There is a link at the top of the chat box that is pinned. You can join me over there. Or if you have a TikTok, come over to TikTok, guest up, and you can be the next person to talk to me and Radio Spencer. We have an hour left in taking calls, and then we're going to go to Q&A. For me and Spencer, any questions our atheist friends have, or any questions that Christians have that are not like debate worthy but just curious, you will be more than welcome to come up, ask your questions, and we will have a good time answering those. The live will end promptly at 10 p.m. So if you want to get in on the Q&A, as soon as it hits 9:30, get in that request box. Oh,
yeah. The Holy Spirit's weak tonight because I'm not. My blood pressure stayed normal here at Joyful. Usually, people escalate it pretty high. It's too chill. Come on, guys. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we gotta get mean. Anyway, Rimbles, thank you for hanging out over there on YouTube modding. You've been in there all night. I've seen you there, and I appreciate it. We've got Skeptically Pissed was in here. Thank you. So many good mods over there on the YouTube. Love y'all, and thank you for doing this. I can't take care of all of it myself, so it is very much appreciated. Let me see here. You may summon Darth Dawkins. I mean, if anybody is friends with, I do not have I am part of the Decon. I have not. I think I am going to make a JA debates Discord for during these lives, kind of like BBD has. But I'm not sure yet. We're going to see how things go. How much... we'll just have to see how things go, because this is a lot, just making sure that all of the schedules are being kept and everything like that. So with my family and everything, it's just hard to manage everything. Can atheists volunteer to help with the rapture? I mean, if I could volunteer to help with the rapture, we'd start it tonight. Like, I would gladly, I would miss some people, but not as much as I would be relieved that they weren't here anymore, if that makes sense.
One thing I've never understood, Joyful, about the rapture is Christians don't like this question. I always ask it of different scenarios. How does that play out? How does that look? They don't really have an answer. They kind of have an idea. Even though the rapture is pretty much an 1830s invention, but they think they have it nailed down pretty well, that Jesus is going to come out of a cloud on a white horse and the tribulation is going to start. He's going to take the good people off with them. And I'm wondering, how many people is that horse going to fit? I mean, is there going to be like multiple? It might have to be like the mall Santa Clauses, where they're all going to have to team up. Like, there'll be different Jesuses, like in different parts of the world, rapturing people. Like, how long is that going to take? And you know what I mean? Like, where is he going to start? Kind of like Santa Claus when they do the NORAD thing where they track Santa every year. They go, he's starting here, he's in the North Pole, now he's going over here, now he's in the Eastern Seaboard, now he's down in Venezuela, now he's over. Like, how are we going to track Jesus, and who's going to get raptured first? Is it going to be simultaneous, everybody at once? Christians never have an answer for that. They don't really have answers for most things.
Yeah. Beth Ray, are you talking about like Left Behind, or what is that called? Left Behind, or not Left Behind, but
oh yeah, the Left Behind books, movies.
Yeah, the Left Behind, and then there was A Thief in the Night. A Thief in the Night was an older movie, like from the 80s, early 90s. That was a good one. We actually watched, I do believe we watched that on somebody's live. A Thief in the Night, yeah.
I haven't seen that one.
Good movies. Rapture Logistics Department. There's gotta be a, yeah. I'm looking for votes. Vote me in to being in charge of the rapture. Did you know Kirk Cameron doesn't believe in the form of the rapture anymore? In the rapture. Yeah, I've heard that. Who is going to send Darth Dawkins? No. Yeah, I have heard that. I mean, there is a lot of good. I believed in the rapture when I was a Christian, but there's a lot of good evidence that that's not even in the Bible. I think that the most intellectually honest thing you can do with the Bible to make it make sense is to be a preterist and not believe that there's any end coming.
Yeah, it just seems like it'll be a logistical nightmare, especially if Jesus, like, if he picks rush hour. No thanks.
Yeah, when I was a Christian, like, I always wondered, like, what if, like, I'm in the middle of driving, what will happen to the other people? Like, I had all these weird thoughts because I have very intrusive thoughts. But these are things that I would fixate on. And
oh yeah,
like
the Left Behind books, like airplanes were falling out of the sky because the pilots would disappear and nobody was flying the plane, and like cars would just start going off cliffs and everything.
The funny thing is, guys, is this whole idea of Jesus explaining like these people walking up the hill and one disappearing. He's saying like the days of Noah. He says like in the days of Noah it will come like a thief in the night. So the people that are disappearing aren't going to heaven. That's not what's happening when Jesus is talking. He's talking about people being swept away, being unalived. It's very interesting when you look at it and really read what he's saying there, because he's talking about people that were killed in the flood and saying that there will be people walking up a hill and one will be swept away, like in that day. It's very intriguing when you look at it from without the dogmatic lens. It is very interesting to read the Bible from that perspective after 10 years of studying it and preaching it from a very dogmatic point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Legitimately prayed for you both tonight. Oh, Chip, you're a sweetheart. You prayed for me? That's nice. I love people doing with things without my consent. I love it.
I always wonder when God gets those prayers about TikTokers, what he thinks. Like, he's like, oh, I'll get right on it.
I'm not gonna save that kid dying right now, but I'm definitely gonna shut this live down.
Oh boy, yeah. Little Betsy was going in for surgery to get that brain tumor removed, but the Joyful Prostate and Spencer are teaming up on TikTok. Not on my watch.
Bigger fish to fry.
How are you doing?
Bible, what is your age and are you a theist?
36, yes.
Which God do you believe in?
I believe in God the Absolute. I don't believe he has a name. He's only revealed his nature, not his name.
So you don't believe in the Bible?
Correct.
Then why is your name?
I go by the Urantia book. That would be my favorite book, but there's more to me than the fact that I read a book 4 times, cover to cover. There's a little more to me than that, It's just that's my favorite book. If you
what's your proof that God exists?
I would say it would be my personal experience. Like me and my 2 buddies were sitting around, talking about Jesus, and an orb appeared in front of all of us, flashing orbs. That would be number 1. I mean, I would say, and you could say, well, that's not evidence, but eyewitness testimony is evidence.
Yeah,
I've had powerful dreams, visions.
Can I tell you one of my experiences that told me Jesus isn't God?
Yeah, well, I did.
I was sitting with some. That's fine. I was sitting talking with some friends about how Jesus never even really existed, and an orb came down and nodded at me and then took off.
So why don't you believe in the supernatural?
Did I ever say I don't believe in supernatural?
Oh, so okay. Well, all I can do is get you to that baseline of the supernatural exists. And I think it's, as far as like philosophy goes.
Do you know what a hallucination is?
You're like Shark. He's a religious genius, frankly. That will kick
No, Shark is an idiot.
Well, the point is you can arrive at God through a philosophical, but
Shark has never arrived at God through anything.
I'm not the guy. I'm the guy that'll tell you that it's all a ghost or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's also called a hallucination. Do you know what a hallucination is?
But that's just a joke. I'm actually I'm being serious about it.
You're a troll. He's trolling. Hello. VC.
Yeah.
What is your age, and are you a Christian?
I am.
Sorry about the dogs.
I'm not a Christian. My age is 19.
Are you a theist?
So I don't really label myself as something, but I want to talk about like argument. Can you prove that God does not exist? Is my question. Because I don't think we can disprove or prove a God. In a sense, right?
I think that if you believe that things that go against logic cannot be within our reality, then I would say I could disprove any idea of God that somebody could present me with, unless it is so obscure that it's just the universe with the name of God.
So do you have any like comprehensive evidence that proves there is not a God or a higher being that exists? Is there any evidence?
I just told you I could prove through logical deduction that a God does not exist, depending on the definition of God, because God is so obscure.
Well, I guess I could word it as, so can I ask what is your like viewpoint? Like, what do you like follow yourself under?
What do I what?
What do you like follow yourself under? Like, what do you categorize yourself like on your belief? Like, do you have?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Okay. So do you have so do you have what a God is to you?
Yeah, God to me would be an all-powerful being that is infinite.
Okay, that's a good argument. But I've just always like wondered. I'm not really all educated on like this kind of subject. I just want to come on to just ask some questions and like get some like answers from people who seem like they know like what they're talking about, right?
Yeah. So if a God is all-powerful or infinite, we know that, one, we have no evidence that any being would be infinite. But that's besides the point. The all-powerful nature of God is illogical. Yeah.
Do you think asserting like a non-existence requires you to rule out every single possibility in existence? Like, would you consider that? Like, so
every possibility of a God in existence?
Yeah, so like, would you agree that you'd have to, rule out every single possibility in existence to disprove a God exists or does not exist on both sides?
So like I told the last guest, if I say that God means farting unicorn in my attic, well, if I just can make up whatever I want a God to be, nobody could ever disprove it because I could ever change what the meaning of God is. So that's why I have to determine with each person a definition of God, and then I can dismantle it from there.
Okay, that's a good point, like about like the definitions. I do agree with that. So my next question would be: so then, regarding like evidence, you think there not being any evidence should be taken as the absence of evidence? Should that like be able to help prove your point?
Well, yeah, I think that I have grounds to say there is no God just based on the lack of evidence of God, the same way that you have the right to say there's no Santa Claus, the way that you can say there's no leprechauns, you can say there's no Sasquatch, you can say all these things because there's a lack of evidence for it, because what we know is not always based, or is not primarily based on possibility, but on probability. So when I look at the world around me and there's not a whole lot of evidence, or there's no evidence that I feel that points to a God and there's no other explanation, then there's a possibility there is a God, but there's not really the probability there of there being a God. So I can dismiss it just because it doesn't make sense to hold a belief that is not probable.
Well, what I was going to say about that is like, so when we didn't know things like dark matter existed or like exoplanets, did that mean they did not exist, or we just did not discover them? So
at the
logic,
time, it was a justified belief at the time to not believe those things existed. Now that we have the evidence to show that it does, but here's the problem: people so if evidence comes forward that the tooth fairy really does exist, will you acknowledge that the tooth fairy exists?
I mean, yeah, it's discovered to exist, yeah.
Yeah, so it's under the same category. So the tooth fairy in your worldview might exist.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair claim. I would say obviously if a god was proven to exist, people would know it existed, right? And then I just think this is just a gray area question where I don't think either side can actually be proven or disproven.
Right. Well, VC Folder, this is. Let me interrupt you real quick. Let me interrupt you real quick. Maybe it's just because I'm getting older, but the older I get, the more simple I want my life to be. And I sometimes think it's kind of the Occam's razor, where the easiest explanation is usually the correct explanation. I think it makes more sense to go through this life as we're experiencing it in a non-God model. I'm a former Christian, by the way, of 40 years. I believed for 40 years in the God of the Bible, accepted Jesus, went to church, not because I had to, because I wanted to. Sometimes 2-3 times a week. I got pretty obsessive at some points in my Christian life. So I believed at one point, but I'm thinking that if we don't have the evidence to prove it or disprove it, your life is a lot simpler just not engaging in it, not believing in something. It's kind of like you don't have evidence that Bigfoot exists or doesn't exist, so it makes more sense to default to it doesn't exist. And then one day when we have the evidence that it does, then I'll change my mind and say, okay, it exists. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. It overly complicates the storyline of your life to say, I can't prove God, but I'm going to believe it anyway. Because then you have to open up all these different questions. Once you check on it's like taking a test and it says, if you answer A with this, go to question 7, right? So you say, yes, I believe in God. Which God? Is it Zeus? Is it Odin? Is it Poseidon? Is it this? Is it that? Is it the Greek gods, the Roman gods? I mean, your God was not the only God. And certainly humans were worshiping gods long before Yahweh came about, long before Christianity was even an afterthought in anybody's head. People were already worshiping other deities. And basically, Christianity came along and said, those don't count because we're going to start from this point. At this point, this is the real God. Never mind the gods that people have been praying to for hundreds and maybe thousands of years before this. This is the new God now. So it overly complicates things. And then what happens is believers start getting into these little rule books, and they got their Bibles and their Qurans and their this and that, and they think they have the quotes from the God, which I think is insanity to think that God can be quoted. The Bible quotes God sometimes rambling for 30 paragraphs. The guy doesn't stop yapping. And there's no way they could have written that down. There's no way they could have gotten that right. But each religion starts getting very protective and saying, no, this is my book. And my book says God said, this, chocolate brownies are delicious. But no, my God says they're horrible and they're bad for you. And this God says, I invented chocolate brownies. I know what I'm talking about. And then it just gets so complicated because you can't ever prove this, right? So you're butting heads with the Hindus who think they're right about everything, the Muslims who think they're right about everything, the Jews who think they're right about everything, the Christians who think they're right about everything, the agnostics who think they're right about everything. It's so much easier just to say, until I have evidence that this God is real, I'm just not going to buy into it. It takes too many brain cells. It takes, if you believe in tithing, it takes thousands of dollars of your money over the course of your lifetime. It takes energy. It takes time. You're spending Sundays in church when you could be out golfing or swimming or just taking a nap. It eats up your life, and for no real good reason other than the fact you were told to believe this, most likely by somebody else. There's no reason to devote hours and hours of your day to a God that cannot be proven. I don't think it doesn't make any sense.
So I guess I agree with you what you say, and you guys seem pretty educated. So I guess my next question to ask would be, so if we haven't found any proof of a God, do you think that just means we logically can't prove God, or do you think that means we don't have the tools, or we just don't have the things to decipher if a God exists? Because I mean, if God is probably it's obviously wouldn't be physical. So are we expecting a physical way to prove a God, or is there just ways to prove that we just lack the ability to use? It's kind of what I'm asking.
Well, I think a big issue is that if we think that there's gaps in our knowledge, so therefore there must be a God, you're just asserting anything, and we fall back into that definitional thing that I'm saying. I could insert anything. I can insert the tooth fairy. So just that we don't have the knowledge for all the answers doesn't mean there's a God. But if people were able to present some sort of evidence that things would have to be created, and we didn't have any evidence that a natural reason occurred, or if we had overwhelming evidence that surpassed that of the Big Bang and things like that, that this God did create everything, then science, me, Spencer, everybody would shift that way, because that's what science does. Science is always evolving because we look at the evidence, and whatever has the greatest mound of evidence is where science goes.
Well, wouldn't like saying like quote unquote God doesn't exist, wouldn't that have to be proven false to be like scientific weight? You know what I'm saying?
Well, God does not exist would be a philosophical. I would be coming at the actual fact that God doesn't exist from a philosophical standpoint, because I would be using logical deduction.
Okay, that makes sense. So are you guys, my question is, have you guys been Christian before, or have had a religion in the past then?
Yeah, I was a pastor for 10 years.
Okay, so you kind of like, you don't mind me asking, what shifted your change and like what you believed in, and like how you choose what you like want to follow and like believe in?
I read the Bible, and the Bible is full of contradictions. Jesus literally says things that are atrocious, and I just like couldn't keep making up excuses for it anymore. I had to look at it from an honest lens, because I got to a point where my life was where I had to knuckle down and look at myself. And with that came the Bible, and then looking at everything and just being honest and just being like, this doesn't make sense. And then from there, it went, I read the Quran. I read the Tao Te Ching. I read a lot of different books that are religious based, and, all of them led to the same place. Like the Tao is much more like feelings based, and it's not so much about worship or anything like that. But even in that, it was like there's all of this stuff that isn't factual in it, that I started looking at science and deconstructing the things I was taught about science, and actually hearing what scientists had to say and reading things that scientists publish and is peer reviewed. And that led me to be like, wow, to keep me in religion, I was lied to about what science says. I was lied to about the process of science. And like science was like, then I was like, oh, I'm going to look more into science. And then I realized, when you really look at science, he left. But when you really look at science, hopefully you're still here, for what it really says, you will find that there is more honesty in science than when you ever deal with somebody telling you about religion.
Yeah, and at some point, I know the guest isn't there anymore, but if something, the old saying, like if it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it probably is a duck. At some point, you logically have to conclude that if something remains invisible, undetectable, unmeasurable, you can't ever see it, it's all just in your head, really, at that point. You have to kind of acknowledge that it may be all those characteristics, because it isn't real. You know what I mean? Like, when the little kid looks under his bed night after night for the boogeyman, he swears the boogeyman's there, and he checks every night, like for 18 years of his life, he checks under the bed for the boogeyman. The boogeyman's never there, never in the closet, never sleeping in the attic. It's probably a good indication the boogeyman is not real, and it's a figment of the kid's imagination. I mean, at some point, you got to say, like, I got to conclude that. I mean, a rational brain can't keep concluding otherwise in the face of non-evidence, but that's what religions do. People do it by the billions.
That is facts. Thank you guys all again for being here. We're almost to 100K. We have about 45 more minutes taking callers. If you want to get in on the action and you're a theist or you have strong thoughts against the LGBTQ or something like that, come up, talk to me in Radio Spencer. We are willing to talk to you about those topics, both religion and social issues, both. And guys, we have great people coming up as well. Spencer will be a reoccurring guest on this show. We will have Lobes, we have Hammy, we have Justin, the Deconstruction Zone, we have Joel Reads Bible, we have hopefully at some point Daniel Green, but he's dodging, he's scared of me. And we just have we have Christina Carroll, which I was more than happy to get. Thinker I haven't heard back from, but I know that it's hard for her to make Mondays and Thursdays. We actually had to do a special live last time we got her on. But we have so many good co-hosts. We have Benny and Volsi doing it on the night I can't be here to keep the show going. It is just, this show I think is going to be amazing. I think at some point we will have other people that host and co-host under the JA debates, and that is the goal. The goal is that I will still do this Mondays and Thursdays, but the goal is to have it more than Mondays and Thursdays. Have enough people that want to be a part of this that they can, that we can have it on other nights where other people are hosting with other co-hosts under JA debates. That's the hopes. And then eventually maybe even get to doing it like 5 days a week or something. But
that's awesome.
We're gonna have to work towards that. We're gonna have to as a team work towards that, and I would love to get there. But right now the first couple months is going to be Mondays and Thursdays, and then also one Tuesday a month for Pride Night.
Daniel Green's in the house, by the way. Daniel Green's in the comments.
Fluff, I've reached out to. I have not heard back from Fluff. I would love to have Fluff on here as well. There's Rhea. Rhea can't do it right now because of job and kids. But Rhea is. This is my own thing, and don't take any offense to this, anybody. Rhea's my favorite. Like, to watch live. She's on it. And she's spicy, she's very knowledgeable, and I just love Rhea's style, and I would love to have her back on my show. She is phenomenal. Love her so much.
Says, I'm not scared, okay? Says Daniel Green in the chat.
Daniel.
I love Daniel.
I do too. He is amazing. Yes, Rhea is amazing as well, but Daniel is amazing too, and we will get him on here at some point. The problem is the time difference between me and Daniel. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing he's probably just getting up, maybe. Okay, maybe I'm a little scared. I am going to heaven and you are not, Daniel. Remember, I won Eternal Life on your show by answering the trivia questions. So you should be scared. I'm eternal and you are not. But I will, if you want to come up, I have some trivia questions I can ask you to try to earn your right at some point. Loaves. I answered questions the Christians couldn't, all right? So I deserve my eternal life.
By the way, Joyful, congrats. We're at 101K on the heart.
Thank you guys so much for all the likes.
Especially on the backup account.
On the backup account
too. This is crazy.
First night doing this, gone for a month. You guys are amazing. These things can't happen without the chat. Okay? I want you guys to understand that, how much we appreciate you guys. We see you. We appreciate you. We remember your names, even though we don't shout you out necessarily by name. we remember each and every one of you. We see you. We see the hard work you put into these lives, and we appreciate y'all so much. It is...
Take care, Daniel.
Amazing. I got a jet.
I'll be back
you'll be back for your eternal life. We'll see about that. What about Born Again Atheist? Born Again Atheist, me and her are mutuals. I sent her a message, never heard back, and then I got full for August. I plan on sending her another one. I do love Born Again Atheist. I think she does good work. We'll have to see the vibes, because she's a little more charismatic and has a lot of theatrics. So I don't know how she will like doing like a sit down talk like this, but we'll see. She may enjoy it, she may not. Hopefully we'll get on her and we can test it out and see. I also have been in the works trying to get Skeptical Heretic on here. Skeptical is one of my friends, and I'm hoping that at some point she will be able to join us. I know she's busy, and then she also does... yes, she did. And I know she also does the line occasionally and stuff like that. So she's a busy person. So hopefully we will get some people like that on here. We, of course, will have Justin will be a reoccurring guest, and so will Joel Reads Bible at least once a month. We'll have them too, which is just amazing. They're both awesome mezzos.
What about Sarah at Leaving Faith? Have you reached out to her?
Leaving.
She teams up with Justin.
Sarah, yes, I have reached out to her. We are working on something for September, but I'm not sure yet what that's going to look like.
I like her a lot.
No, yeah, she's awesome. I wish I could get my brother on here. He's a campus pastor. You know, my brother, I have two brothers that are pastors of churches. I have a dad that is an elder. I have a brother that's a deacon. My sisters are like head of nursery and all that stuff, because of course they can't do the important things because they're women and all that good stuff that comes with religion. So I understand that. I wish I could get some of my siblings in here to, they do come in. I see them come in occasionally and just lurk, but they never comment. They never... And I wish I could get them to come up and have an honest discussion, or even just have an honest discussion. But guys, do you guys like the new format? I do want to hear back from you guys. Things we could change, things we could do different. We're definitely going to have to come up with something better for the call-ins from YouTube, because we're having a lot of issues. We might be able to figure out Video Ninja a little better in the future, but... I like this so far. I think it's great. I like it. I wish more Christians would courage up and give us a call. That would make it a little more fun. It would. I like this. I think it's going to be great. And the fact that this is... I just started my first backup account. I only have like 100 people on that. And it's weird. My videos are getting more. I only have 2 pieces of content on there, and I have more views on some of the videos than on my one with 12,000 followers. So I might start using that as a main too, just to see where it goes. I don't know. But this is awesome. It's this account has been around for quite some time. It has a little over 2,000 followers, but I've done a lot of different things with it, from troll accounts to like. I've done all sorts of things with this account. So, like, some of my followers don't watch, like, probably have nothing to do with these kind of debates on this account. And so, I don't know, but it is kind of a builder account in that my other one is, Smiling Apostates, my ADHD kicked in with that. So we're going to go that, and then hopefully I'll remember what I was talking about. Smiling Apostate, it is his birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday. we love you, and you are a great supporter of the community, and make sure you're following Smiling Apostate. They have good content, very comical deconstruction. If you're into comedy and deconstruction at the same time, the Smiling Apostate is there for your needs when it comes to the videos. They're quite amusing. Now I have to remember what I was saying.
Boy, I forgot what I was hearing you say because I was following you along, and then I got distracted too. And now
my ADHD.
Sometimes I walk into a room and I don't know. I walk into a room and I don't know why I'm there. And sometimes I walk into live streams and I don't know why I got in there. I don't know what I'm doing there.
Oh, followers of the backup account. Yeah, so I think this is going to be the main one for these lives. My other account will remain making content and things like that. But I think I'm going to try to build this one, and I know that a lot of my followers, I'm going to make a lot of little videos trying to send people over this way from there. But, like, a lot of my followers are throughout a whole year, and most of them don't come around anymore and stuff like that. They might not even use TikTok anymore. It's kind of how it seems to go. Like, you have these people that are around for a while, then they just kind of move on. Then you have a new group of faces you see a lot, and then you have some stragglers of OGs. So, I think we can build here, and that's what I'm going to try to do with this account, is build JA debates. And as this, and then if I have free time, go live singly over on Joyful Apostate and do some cooking there. But most of all, I think we're going to focus on JA debates, and this account would be my goal, I think. We had a great turnout for our first night on this account, so I don't think that we'll have any issues switching to this account.
No, I think it's going to grow real quick.
Let me see. We've got 62 new followers tonight. We've had 2,000 different viewers. I mean, for being the backup first night doing this, that's a great night. It's a great night. We have over 100,000 likes. Thank you all so much. You're amazing. You guys are just amazing. I met everybody through Justin, too. Justin was the first person I followed from Deconstruction, and first person I ever talked to. I went up on his live when he still only had like 20 people in his lives. And that's kind of where I started, was going up there and paneling on his, and I kind of just let Justin do his thing and hung out, and then eventually he talked me into doing my own lives, and here we are.
Yeah, I think you were the first deconstruction content creator I followed in here. I think when I came out, like, I didn't even know. I had to have my youngest daughter, who's almost 18 now, explain to me deconstruction, because I had already been through it by like a decade. Like, I had already stopped believing. But I had never really heard that term before. And then I got on TikTok, and I'm seeing that, and I started following you and Crystal, and then the algorithm started suggesting, I think Justin was third maybe, and I couldn't believe the number of really top-notch people on here sharing the same and, similar and also very different stories too about how they deconstructed. But it's a great network of support here.
Oh, it is. And I think a big part of it is a lot of us, when we left Christianity, we lost our whole support group. We lost our best friends. We lost basically our family members. We lost a lot of things, close connections we had. And it was hard until, like, when I found this group, like, it was... Finding the community on here was life-changing for me. Because I had deconstructed, but deconstructed is really like a poor term for it. It was, I was hit with the cold hard truth that I didn't believe anymore, and my brain just went haywire because I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know who I was without it.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anybody to talk to about it. Everybody I knew was still in it. And I would call people that I used to would have called, and they would tell me, like, where my name came from is one of my good friends, Robert, who I helped with a church, Redeemer Fellowship Church. I called him and I was like, man, I don't believe. I think it's all bullshit. I don't believe. And I was like, can you hear me out? And he was like, no, this is apostasy. You are an apostate. And that's where my name came from. And I was like, and later down the road, like, because that stuck with me. I was like, man, my good friend who I had been in ministry with is like, no, you're an apostate. This is not okay. Like, shunning me basically and calling me an apostate, and that stuck with me. And then eventually I was like, you know what? Like, I started going to therapy and doing things that weren't Jesus related to get free from mental health and things like that. And I started feeling better. I started like on my anxiety medication, which I struggled with anxiety my whole life. And I started feeling better. And then I was like, joyful apostate. Like, I am better now leaving the faith. And that's how I got my name.
That's cool. Illuminated, why don't you guest up here? We're looking for folks to talk to. He says, skeptics don't understand the spiritual realm.
Oh, I'll talk about the spiritual realm. We don't even need to talk about God. There's logical contradiction with the spiritual realm as well. So we can talk about that. We have a half hour left, so if you want to get in, if you are up and you want to get in, looks like a demon talking through him. Cool. If you guys want to get in on the conversation over on YouTube, there is up at the top of the chat a pinned thing that tells you how to get there. And then on TikTok, you guys know how to do it. Get in that guest box and we will talk to you. I know some invites got sent out to some people, but I'd rather talk to people that actually want to talk. If there's any of you out there, because I'd like to have a good conversation, maybe talk about the spiritual realm, talk about God, talk about the LGBTQIA, all of these different issues that we're having. The minor history of Doug. Nice. I like that name. Other than that, we got 27 minutes. So we're going to sit up here and chit-chat until we either get an op or it gets to Q&A time. And then it's a free-for-all for all friendlies. Anybody that wants to come up, if you're on YouTube, you can come up and ask a question through the Video Ninja. Or if you are on TikTok, you can come up, ask any question you have for me or Spencer, or general for the both of us about deconstruction, about LGBTQ, about anything that you have a question about our stances or what we think. Because unlike religion, atheists don't agree on everything. Now, I would never bring on a guest or a co-host that was a transphobe or a homophobe or racist in any way. That just wouldn't happen. So you can assume that if I brought somebody on, I at least have a grasp on that part of them. So, but we are more than willing to answer the nuance of these questions, because nuance is going to change from person to person.
You know, Joyful, while we're waiting for somebody, one thing that I try to do, and I don't know what, I think it's like the brain, it's probably the equivalent of what happens to when we go through difficult experiences. I get, what do you call that? Like the brain blocks it out so that it's almost like amnesia of the event, so that it heals you faster, if that makes sense. Sometimes we forget things.
Disassociation?
Yeah,
no,
maybe.
that's a little more.
I'm trying to remember. Maybe, yeah, something like that, because I was a Christian for 40 years, And I honestly try to go back to, I mean, I remember the things I used to say and the things I used to believe, and I see myself in church and parochial school and marrying a very, very ultra religious woman in my now ex-wife, my first wife. But I'm trying to really dive into my brain, like, what was I thinking? You know, it's kind of one of those things like when you look back at somebody you dated, maybe you're like, why was I dating that person? Or why did I marry that person? And I can't quite pinpoint it. Like, it's weird. It's almost like that part of my memory is gone or something. And I think it's like maybe my own psyche trying to heal me from remembering it. But I try to be patient sometimes when I hear kind of goofballs going off on stuff, because I go, yeah, that's goofy, but I used to say that to other people for like 40 years, so I ought to be a little more patient. But I honestly don't know, because I consider myself a pretty intelligent guy, like how I felt for all the things that I now so easily see through. You know what I mean? Like, how do I see through it now, but I didn't when I was 25 or when I was 35? Or like, why did it take me so freaking long to see through this stuff? And I don't have an answer. I don't know why it didn't happen sooner for me.
Well, I think for me, a lot of mine was pressure. And I think the reason I said that is, I think I could have thought more critically, because I'm a very, like, and I'm not speaking for you, but for me, I am a very people-pleasy type person. Like, I hate people being upset with me. I hate anything like that. So, especially my parents, like, having these expectations of me made me look past anything that I would have been doubtful of to make that relationship work better. So, I think that's how it started for me. And then at some, like, I had just had to convince myself that it was true for so many years that eventually it's like ingrained in you that it's just true no matter what. Yeah. And like me and my wife would have these same conversations we had, and I've said this before on here, and some people have been shocked, but my wife literally asked me a question that Skits and Bits used to ask all the time, and something that everybody would find so appalling was, if God told you to unalive your kids, would you do it? And I told my wife straight up, if I believed God said to do it, I would do it. Like, no hesitation. Like, I was at that point, like, I believed with everything in me. If God told me to do it, I would do it, and we would all be better for it. And I was convinced of that. That's how far gone I was after she had left the faith. And she, like, and I was mad, like, me and her had marital issues, but not because of her. It was because of me. Like, I thought, like, I was dead set that she was leading my kids to hell. My daughter came out as a lesbian, or like, she liked girls, and she privately told my wife when she was 13, or no, not 13, she was 12, and like, she was affirming of that, and I was like, what? You got, like, you're leading our kids to hell. Like, and then, like, coming, like, after deconstructing, I'm like, you know, I always found boys attractive, you know, and girls. And I always felt like something was wrong with me. Like, it was a test for me, and I would pray and cry about it. Like, as an adult, married, like, if I found a guy attractive, I would pray and cry and pray that God would take those sinful thoughts away from me. And like, now looking at it and my daughter, and I was like, I don't want my daughter to like feel this shame and guilt her whole life that I had to endure. Like, this is crazy. Like, the more it devolved, the more I was just like, this is crazy. How did I think that? How did I think that? And you're right. It's hard to think back, because my wife, I'll talk to about a conversation that we have, and she's like, you used to say that to me. And I'm like, I did, but I can't remember it. I know I did. But I can't pinpoint a memory where I did. So I think it is. I think it's part of us being like, we know we were like that, but there's no way I was really like that. You know what I mean?
don't want to think about it too much. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it's very interesting to hear other people's deconstruction journeys, because some people are a lot less affected, like Justin. He's a lot less affected by his journey in a lot of ways. He was definitely affected by his journey, but in a lot of ways, like... But then you have people like Joel, who grew up in... But, like, he just was like, I don't believe this. And he was open with his parents. I still have a hard time with my parents, like, talking to them about these things. Like, I just do. It's hard. Like, I know they see me on TikTok. I know they see me on YouTube. But then in person, like, I'll have these conversations, but it's not... Like, I couldn't have a conversation with them like I do with somebody on here.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm finding is, and this is so weird because I didn't think I'd ever have to have this conversation, and it's kind of uncomfortable, but a little while ago, somehow, I don't know, I don't even do very much YouTube, and the YouTube I do is kind of rehashed, what do you call it, reused TikTok videos I'll just put on there, right? And somehow I ended up in the feed of one of my coworkers, and he thought he got a kick out of it. He's like, "You're on YouTube? I didn't know that. I'm following you." And then, like, he had to tell all the other coworkers, like, "Yeah, Spencer's on." Yeah. And then they figured that I was kind of repurposing the TikToks on there, so then they started following me on TikTok, right? So then this is the awkward moment where your boss meets you at the water cooler at work, and you just think you're gonna have a regular conversation and stuff, and then he goes, "Boy, you really hate God, don't you?" And I'm like, "Oh my God!" I just like slumped in my chair, and I'm like, "Why are you bringing this up?" And like, "Why are you watching me on?" It's kind of cringy when, like, coworker. I don't know about your relationship with your coworkers, but I work in corrections and law enforcement, and it tends to be very, you're going to find probably more COs and more cops and more, that are probably believers in Jesus or believe in God than aren't. Maybe. I don't know if that's a stereotype or not, but I'm finding that I'm like the lone guy in there that doesn't believe in this God anymore, and everyone's kind of giving me a hard time, like, you really don't believe in God? I'm like, I didn't say I don't believe in God. I just don't believe in your God anymore. And people have a hard time handling that. I think they think that's worse than being an outright atheist. If you believe there could be a God, but that it's too preposterous that their God's the real one. Yeah. So they don't like that. But I don't know if anyone else can relate to that. But not only did I deconstruct in front of my family, and you're right, I have family members that still won't talk to me to this day. I have friends that are no longer my friends. I had lifelong friends that, like, just mysteriously went off grid at the time that I came out with all this stuff. But now I have a different element. Now I have coworkers that are giving me a hard time. Like, I saw your TikTok, and I'm like, oh my God, stop talking about it. It makes me so uncomfortable. I don't want to talk about my TikToks. And if you don't like them, basically unfollow me. I mean, you don't have to keep seeing my stuff if you don't like it.
Yeah. The craziest thing happened the other day, though. It was the first time, like, out in the wild, somebody I had no clue who they were, knew who I was. It was 2 hours away in Kentucky. I was working, and I stopped at a gas station. I went inside to get a Gatorade, I think. And this guy said, "Hey, you're joyful." And I was like, I like double took. And I was like, it was this old guy. He's probably 70 some years old. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, "Yeah, you're joyful from TikTok." And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Nice to meet you." He was like, I always watch your stuff. I never say anything, but I always watch it. And I was just like,
that's cool.
I was like, that is awesome. Like, that made my day. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Cool.
It's crazy that, like, I don't have that many followers, and somebody 2 hours away knew, like, I have no clue who they were. Not the slightest.
Really good. No, you impact a lot of people, and I'm glad that happened because there's a lot of people out there toying with this deconstruction journey that maybe just need to hear someone sensible, guide them. People think like we're here to deconvert Christians. I certainly don't do that, and I know you don't do that either. There might be some that's their intention to get as many people to flee. Joel makes a joke out of it, time to dump the Bible and stuff, but I just want people to read the Bible. Let them dump it on their own, but I kind of have a weird obsession lately, Joyful, with Bibles. Like, I can't go into a thrift store now without coming out with Bibles. I have, the Children's New International. Mm-hmm. This is from... I was in high school when this came out, I think. It's in mint condition. Whoever bought this for a kid, probably a teenager, he never read it, okay? She never read it. Never opened. I found a Catholic Bible. Let me show you this. This is...
That's crazy.
Look at this thing. I can't even lift it up with one hand. This is the size.
My goodness.
Look at this. Is my head. There's very few things bigger than my head. This is only one. Look how thick it is. This is like the Bible that the Catholic priest would take up to the altar. Look how big this is. It's incredible. It weighs probably 10 pounds. And it's from 1961. And again, the pages are like mint. It's like no one's fingerprints have ever touched these pages. Like, do people read Bibles, or they just either are gifted Bibles and say no thanks, they're going to donate them, or they're Christians in name only, and they don't read their book? I rarely find Bibles that are like dog-eared and tagged and highlighted. They're all like mint condition.
Do you know what's crazy is even the little bit of I knew the Apocrypha, but I never read the Apocrypha because I was always just whether it was school or whatever, the Apocrypha was heretical because I was Protestant. And now reading some, because I've been trying to read more and more of the Apocrypha, and it's crazy, the amount of the Bible that they just casted out and was no, that's no good. That's no good. It's crazy to me. But yeah, I also do that. There is a few different places in Evansville that thrift stores that give away Bibles for free, and I'll grab one every time I'm in there. I'll grab a different one. I never pay for them because I don't know. I'd feel dirty giving any money to it.
I actually bought this one for $1. It's got to be fake leather, but I don't like having this version. But I think it's funny because Christians love it. It's the King James version. I got it for $1, and it looks like this thing's 60 years old. It's never been opened.
Nice. Granny, what's your age, and are you a theist?
I'm 20, and no, I don't subscribe to any religion or organization.
Oh, so you don't believe in God?
No, sir. I would say I know the concept of God, but no, I don't believe.
Oh, right on. Then we're in agreement. And come back in about 10 minutes if you have any questions.
Bet.
Right on. Yeah, I have a hard time keeping people up that have a grandma whatever profile, and then is that
I missed it. What was the avatar? I'm afraid to ask.
It was a woman. It didn't even look like a woman that was grandma aged. It was just a woman.
Wow.
And as soon as they talked, I was like, oh, here we go. Granny Man. Oh, Granny Man. My family gave me that nickname. Did they give you the avatar? Did they give you the avatar? That, and we agree. Me and you agree that God doesn't exist. I understand the different concepts of God, but he doesn't exist. Oh, that looks like a man to you? Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe I looked at it wrong. I will come up here in a couple minutes and we'll talk. I'm sorry, Grandma Man.
What, you got the picture wrong?
Yeah. I guess I associated the name and like it just looked like, I don't know. But I am sorry. I apologize officially. Yeah, that was my bad.
It's easy to, like, my eyes aren't so good anymore, so I see the avatars, and sometimes I don't even know what I'm looking at. Like, it looks like that guy's holding a chicken, but it's not. It's... Never mind. So weird.
Get Darth Dawkins in here, apostate. Don't just make videos about him. Get him up in here. Spencer would love to talk to Darth.
He came into my chat the other day, and I used to think it was like entertainment value to take him as a guest, but he doesn't entertain at all. He drives people away. I mean, I'm struggling with viewers to begin with, so I'll have 30 viewers, and it'll be like 9 by the 5 minutes into talking with him.
Yeah, he's only been on my show one time, and it was literally. You'd have to ask Crystal. It was about as long as he was on Justin's, like 9 seconds or something like that. Because he said that we were talking about Jesus being a liar, and he said, and I was talking about how Jesus claimed that he would be in the grave 3 days and 3 nights, and he was like, he came up and all he said was, that's an idiom, right? And I said, an idiom? Well, 3 nights is specific. Was he in the grave for 3 nights? And he was like, this is what you atheists do. And I stopped him. I was like, no, you're going to answer my question, Darth. You're going to answer my question. No, stop. You're going to answer my question. And he left. He was like, you're a child. And he left. And that was the only time. That and when I used to have a Darth Hawking account, I used to do lives as Darth Hawking. And he came up there once, and he was... It was pretty funny, but that was more for entertainment value than actually having
there's
a conversation.
some Christians that are entertaining, you know what I mean? But either I'm missing him, his whole thing, or it's not even like a shtick, is it? That's really like him, right? When he does his stuff, it's not even like he's trying to be that character. I mean, that's really who he is. What you see is what you get, I guess.
No, yeah, I think I for a while thought, I think P. Mars is a troll. I don't think P. Mars gives two shits about Christianity or anything else. But Gary is... He's just so far gone. He has no other way to rationalize Christianity, and that's why he does what he does. We got Paul coming up. Paul, what is your age, and are you a Christian?
I'm agnostic. I'm 24.
Right on. Did you... so do you believe that there is a God?
Yeah. I mean, there could be. I mean, I just want to ask you a question about this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So basically, there's been a few studies on the Eucharist bleeding, or having like a heart, like fleshly heart being part of it, in a sense. And supposedly there's been some science-based answers on it, and it hasn't been debunked. So I wanted to see what you guys' thoughts on it.
Just 1 second.
I don't believe it for a second. I want you to show me where it says it's been validated or it hasn't been debunked. I want to know whose blood it is, what type it is. I want to know what pastors and what priests have the same blood type that might be bleeding onto the host. There's all sorts of explanations, but the reason I know this is bunk is that bread doesn't bleed. Blood, there's no blood in bread. It just you can't, like, if I squeeze an orange, no one's ever squeezed an orange and gotten tomato juice to come out of it. It's impossible. No one's ever squeezed a tomato and had lemon juice come out of it, and there's no blood that comes out of the host. There just isn't. There's got to be, if this is in fact a thing, there's some explanation, and the most likely is hoax. And I bet you if they test it, it's not even real blood. I bet it's just ink, or maybe it's because I did magic for a long time. I was a magician kind of when my kids were little. I used to do birthday parties for them and stuff, and I learned all the tricks of magic, and there's some pretty compelling ones where it looks like you're putting a nail through your head, and you're doing all this stuff that looks impossible, but it's obviously not impossible. It's very possible, and it's through trickery and through hoaxes and through positioning and camera angles and hucksters is what it is. I mean, I want you to show me a bona fide piece of bread that leaks human blood, and you can't do it. It's impossible. No one's ever done it.
Well, as far as my knowledge, I mean, it hasn't been debunked, so I just figured if you guys maybe could do a quick Google search and just, browse through the article and see what you guys thought.
Well, show me like a bona fide case of it. I'm seeing what it is. They're saying here during the Mass, the bread of the Eucharist begins to bleed, but it doesn't say where it's happened, how it's happened. The pictures I'm looking at don't look like any blood I've ever seen. I don't even know. I don't believe it. There's a story. I do some as a hobby, paranormal investigations and stuff. And I used to live in a house that to this day I can't explain. For 11 years we lived in that house, and I'll be honest with you, it's probably what people would consider haunted. The most haunted place I've ever been in my life. It was a brand new tract home that my family and I bought in 2008 or whatever in California. And I saw things, every member of my family except for one witnessed basically the same stuff, independent of each other. We couldn't quite, to this day we don't know what we saw, but we saw something, right? And I started getting really big into the paranormal when that was happening and studying a lot of stuff. And there's a house that allegedly bleeds, like blood just comes through the walls. And I researched this, and it's supposed to be a real house. I could give you the address of it. Like the people there are like the new owners and stuff, and nothing paranormal happens for them, amazingly. But the previous owners, they swore up and down, and they have pictures and documentation, they say, of blood coming out of the walls. But you and I both know that unless you're hiding a body in the walls of your house, or there's a deceased animal in there that's rotting or putrefying, your walls are not going to bleed. Do you agree? Like plaster has never bled human blood. I mean, it just doesn't do that.
Right, of course.
Walls don't bleed. Houses don't bleed, and neither do loaves of bread or hosts of... Let me ask you this. Why doesn't Jesus just, at that point, just appear on the altar, come down off like the wooden cross and become a human being like Pinocchio became a real boy, and just show once and for all, like he could show his wounds and everything? Like, if that's a miracle, my friend, is if the cross in that church, the Jesus that's nailed onto that in artwork on display above the altar, turned into a real man. He came down into the crowd, and people are witnessing this, everyone at the same time. Why are all these kind of what I call kind of stupid miracles, like bread bleeding or the Virgin Mary appearing on your toaster bread? I mean, like Jesus appearing on the back of a donkey's behind. I mean, they're such ridiculous so-called miracles. Jesus could do better than that.
There is a forensic journal by a forensic scientist named Kelly Kurse and Frank Ligage, that they say that the red found in the Eucharist after sitting was found to be fungus.
It looks like fungus. It looks more like a fungus than it does. I've never seen any blood that looks like that. But Paul, like, why doesn't, let's go back to that, like common sense, right? The most logical answer. Why are miracles always these kind of obtuse, kind of weird, easily forged, easily hoaxed things? You couldn't really hoax if everyone in that congregation saw the wooden statue of Jesus come off the wall and become a human being. They knew it was wood. They knocked on it before they went in. Everyone's seen that same cross hanging there for 80 years that the church has been open. And all of a sudden that becomes literally Jesus, and he walks around and shakes hands with everybody. Then I'd probably be a Christian again. I'd probably reconvert to Christianity if that happened. But why is it always these nebulous, kind of silly, like the priest could have cut his own hand and like bled it? There are Christians who are so obsessed with making this stuff real. I could see a Christian cutting their hand with a little pocket knife, bleeding onto the host and saying, "Oh my God, it's bleeding, look." I could see them doing that. I could see a priest doing it just to try to strengthen the faith of the parishioners. I wouldn't put it past them.
Wait, so hold on. So you're saying you used to be a Christian?
Yeah, for 40 years.
So what happened? What made you?
I'll be honest with you, I started thinking for myself instead of letting other people think for me. I reread the Bible critically this time, not like a zombie that believed everything was true because everyone told me it was true, and it made no sense. It didn't add up. There were more potholes than a B movie series, and it didn't make sense. And just practical things like telling God, I won't ask for anything, please alleviate my grandfather had shrunk to about 95 pounds with cancer. I remember I was 13 years old when he passed away, and all I asked was for some type of peace for him, and God wouldn't give it to him. And I go, if this God can't alleviate the pains of an 80-year-old man unaliving from cancer in front of his grandson, then this God is worthless. And I prayed and I prayed for simple things, powerful things. None of it happened.
Fair enough, but when it comes to,
you know what I mean, like it just didn't add up anymore. Like nothing added up anymore. Like what adds up for you? Like God's not there. I have a knock test that I do, and I know it sounds stupid, but here's the knock test, and I swear, as sincere as I've ever been, that I mean this. And I do this almost on all my lives. If God wants me back as a Christian, I will give him my soul again. I will go back to church on Sundays. I will try to convert as many people to Christianity as possible. I'll be a devout Christian like I was for all those years. He'll have my soul back, and we'll be best buds in heaven. All he has to do is do this. All he has to do is knock twice on this table right now. If my soul is worth anything to this God, he will knock twice on this to get me back. And I sincerely mean it. He must know that I'm sincere, because if he knows everything, he can see into my heart, and he knows I mean it. And I really do mean it. I have done this 100,000 times, and never have I heard 2 knocks come. I'll give you even better. If a child unaliving from cancer does this, do you think God could knock twice? Do you think Jesus could knock for that kid? Here's an example. A 7-year-old kid, Seattle Children's Hospital near where I live, unaliving from cancer. He's got like 3 weeks to live. And his parents are devout Christians, and he's a Christian. He's never missed church since the time he was an infant. And all he wants is to get validation that Jesus is real, and Jesus is going to meet him at the pearly gates and stuff. He's only got a few weeks to live. And he does the knock test. And he goes, Jesus, please, all you have to do is knock on my hospital table here, and I will expire here in a few weeks, which is your will, obviously, and I will see you at the gates of heaven. Please just knock twice on my table to give me some kind of consolation. Jesus will never do it. So he's either evil, he's either a real jerk. He doesn't have the power to do 2 knocks. He had the power to walk on water, turn water into wine, and do all this other nonsense. But he can't knock twice for a little kid to have hope. Or he just doesn't exist. You pick your option. But I think the knock test is a pretty simple one that would definitely make me a Christian again. If God at any time in my life knocks twice on my table, I promise you, my life starting tomorrow morning will be as a fundamentalist Christian. I promise you. But God won't do that. I guess God doesn't want me back, or he'd knock.
So to relate to what you went through, I mean, I lost my father to colon cancer, but we had a similar thing going on like that. But when it comes to you trying to having a personal encounter with God, and you're saying that if you was to have a personal encounter with God, you would become a Christian and do all this good stuff. But what would you say?
I mean, I was a Christian without that stuff, but I convinced myself that God was talking to me. Like, I'm sure Joyful did too. We all thought God was whispering to us or speaking in dreams, or I think many Christians, it's not very unique. When you believe in something that passionately, you start believing that the answers come from the celestial entity, and then you realize that it's not.
Right. So Spencer, so what would you say for like atheists who would quote unquote say they had a personal experience, the personal experience that you're looking for right now?
I'd want validation. I could tell you right now, I'm big on the Bigfoot community. I live in the Pacific Northwest. It's kind of the hotbed of Bigfoot sightings here. So I go on Bigfoot expeditions at least once every couple of years with a bunch of people that have really spent a lifetime studying Bigfoot and stuff, right? So I'm open-minded to it. But at some point, like I interview people all the time when I was on the radio and off the radio that swore they were 3 feet away from a Bigfoot. They can't explain why they have, an 80 megapixel camera in their pocket, and they didn't come out, and nobody thought to like lift the camera up and take a picture of a Bigfoot 3 feet away from them. Right. So instead we end up with grainy photos of Bigfoot that's 800 yards away and it looks like a little pin on the ground. I'm skeptical. These, as Joyful will tell you, these personal stories. The reason why a lot of atheists and agnostics don't accept those is that, would you accept the Hindu who has the same story, or the Muslim who has the same story, or it seems to me like with near-death experiences, you only want to believe the ones that justify your religion. You want to talk about all the NDEs that people go to Jesus and see the pearly gates and St. Peter and everything, but you don't want to hear the NDEs where people say they saw nothing but darkness, nothing but black. It's all black forever. There is no heaven. There is no hell. You don't want to hear those NDEs, do you? You just want to hear the NDEs from people that say, I saw Jesus and I saw the cross and I saw the Sacred Heart of Jesus and it opened up and it bled from the Eucharist. And those are the stories you want to believe.
Well, Paul, I am going to drop you down. Thank you for being here, my friend. But now is time for friendlies and people to come up and ask Q&A. I think he answered your question, and we're going to move on to here because we're winding down the show. We end at 10. So thank you for being here, Paul. I look forward, to seeing you in the future. Hopefully we will see you around in the future.
Fair enough. Thank you, guys. Give you guys a follow.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep. See you. Tahir.
Hi.
What's your age?
My age is 30.
Bullshit.
No, it sure is. I
I'm just
earned it.
I'm just playing. What's your question?
So I'm here to hassle Spencer. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Spencer's been ignoring me, but I've been yelling at you in the comments for...
Oh, gosh. I've been trying not to miss any. I'm sorry. I didn't do it intentionally. What was your question or your comment?
So whenever I hear you talk about your beliefs, you always, say that you're not an atheist. And when I hear you talk, it sounds a lot like agnosticism. And I was curious, like, if that's something you've ever looked into.
What's that? Being agnostic?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think I am an agnostic. You're saying agnostic? You're not saying gnostic. You're saying an agnostic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think... See, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Joyful has something to say about this, but I always thought that was the default of like a human being. Like technically, I don't think there's a God out there, but I don't rule it out, right? I think that's kind of the default. It's almost like we don't know. It's almost like agnostic on Bigfoot. Could there be like a man-ape running around the forest and we just haven't really caught one? Yeah, I guess. So maybe I'm an agnostic on Bigfoot. I'm not an atheist against Bigfoot, but I'm not a believer either. But I think that's kind of our default, right? Like nobody really knows if there's a God out there, and nobody really knows that there is. It's just, it seems like if people are intellectually honest, they're kind of in the middle, I think, right? Like we don't know. An atheist can be very convinced there is no God, but they can't prove there's no God any more than a Christian can prove there is a God.
I agree.
So that's why I kind of like get stuck in the middle. Joyful, do you think I'm an atheist? I mean, I don't think it's a dirty word, but I don't think I am one. If I hold out that there could be a creator.
Atheist. That's what I was going to say. I think you're an agnostic atheist. That's what I am. Go ahead, Joyful.
Yeah, I would say agnostic atheist, because an atheist is just a lack of theism, a theistic God, like you don't believe in any particular God, is all atheist means. And then an agnostic means that there's no certainty in something. So if you can be agnostic on a God and also an atheist, and that's where I would say I am. I put God does not exist because it's good for debate, it's good for like the Phil bros and all that, but I don't think I could ever substantiate that there is no God. I can just make it to where a God is not necessary or he is illogical. So that's kind of... So I agree with you. I don't think there's any way to prove that there is no God, but I do believe that there is ways to make it less probable. If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah,
and
yeah.
Also, I think some people, though, and I guess you could make an argument for it's like dishonest, but I think some people truly and honestly, like if you asked them, are you agnostic on the idea of a God? They would straight up be like, no. Or yes. Wait, no, they'd say no. They'd be like, absolutely not. I am atheist. I don't think there's any possibility at all. And so I think that's why there is a distinct category for, or like label, if you will, for like straight stone cold atheists, and then people who are agnostic. Also, you know, sometimes you're both. There's also this term I heard of recently. It's called agnostic humanism, which I've heard of like a humanist, but I've never really heard of the two together. So like that's another classification. So yeah, that's all my question was. I just wanted to, because you know, you're like, there's no label for me, and I'm like, but there is. So
no, I've always thought that that I'm very agnostic. I'm agnostic on a lot of things. Like I don't necessarily think there's no Loch Ness monster, but I'm not going to hold my breath until they pull one out of the water. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm kind of agnostic to that. Like is it possible that there's a prehistoric creature that just never, you know, somehow he was able to keep procreating and still exists to this day? Yeah, I guess logically. I mean, it's not beyond logic that could possibly happen, but I have never seen it. So
I think my thing is that most everything has a possibility. Most everything. I wouldn't say everything, but most everything has a possibility. But that's not worth believing in. So, and I would say a lack of belief would be atheism. So if the probability isn't there and it's just a possibility, that's how we derive all of our beliefs and notions, is based on probabilities, would be my viewpoint.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
okay. Well, thank you for indulging me. Adore both of you.
Oh, thank you.
Kick me on out of here.
Love you, Tahir.
Thanks, Tahir.
Tell, gosh, I'm trying to remember her name. We'll do Pastor soon. Just tell her we'll do Pastor soon. You know what I'm talking about. Can't remember the name, but we will do Pastor soon. Promise. Then we have Granny back up here. Granny, I am sorry about earlier. My brain was not working, I guess. But anyway, what question do you have for us?
All right. I'm coming from a foundation of like knowledge of self, so like I'm knowing and no belief. So my question to you is, what kept your integrity going through your like transition, your transcendence, your ascendant, you know, like from Christianity to this stage? How did you keep your integrity?
Oh, I kept my integrity because every mind is evolving. So you can truly believe something that is untrue and even defend it. But being honest would be when new evidence arises, being able to say I was wrong. Being dishonest would be holding tight to a belief even though the evidence has shown you it's wrong, and just clinging and saying, no, this is true, this is true. So I trust myself more because I was able to take the evidence that was provided and make a change in my belief.
I'll ride with that. Okay. Growing up in a church, right? My great grandma, she's a preacher. My great granddad, like God prophets and like stuff as uncles and aunties. I see this like the struggle on like it's like they're fighting. They're in combat with themselves. Most Christians are in a war with themselves. You feel me? So like they'll tend to just take it out on others or the objects around them. You feel me? Even though they want to take it out on God, the person they blame it on all the time, or the devil. You feel me? So like, do you think that we are in the times like where we're going to see like a lot of those people taking it out on the rest of the world?
I'm not sure that I fully understand.
Like the emotions of like the people that are stuck in the Abrahamic religion doctrine. It's like a psychological warfare they go through, and like experiencing being around people like that, you know, they're very harmful to society. Do you think like we're gonna start seeing a lot more? I think we're already seeing it, but like, do you think like we're gonna see it a lot more?
Well, I think that we are already seeing it in MAGA and things of that nature. But I think even more importantly, we'll see it a lot more in our personal lives, because the people that are like so indoctrinated into these Abrahamic faiths are not going to go. We're not going to go down without a fight. We see that with like the Protestants when they moved away from Catholicism, the amount of violence that ensued. I think it's going to be as violent physically? No, but I think that psychologically it will be very, very mentally violent and abusive to people, because they're going to go down swinging to cling to this belief. And they see it fading. It's fading more and more every day.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I gotta ask. Gratitude to see like, cause you guys, I know you don't classify yourself as anything, and I respect that. Like, you're your own identity. I feel like we're in the time of creation. You feel me? Everyone should classify themselves as they want to. Be unique. So, like, gratitude, man. Thank y'all for like promoting all this and pushing the truth.
Hey, thank you.
I appreciate you, and again, I am sorry. You have a great night, and I hope to see you around in the future. Guys, we're winding down. If anybody else has any questions, we're going to take callers for the next 5 minutes, and then we're going to do our wind down. I'm going to do a summation, asking Spencer some questions about how he felt about the night, and then we are going to do my closing, talking about what's to come, and things like that. So if you want to come up, you have like 3 minutes now. Come on up and ask your questions. I will extend the time more if I have people in the box. So, but we are stopping at 10. I'll just have to cut down on my summations. We have Lobes in the box. Lobes probably has a question for Spencer.
What's up, Lobes?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good
What's
to
that?
see y'all.
What's going on?
I was able to listen to a good chunk of it. I missed some of it, unfortunately. I am still at work, technically, so if you hear like forklifts and stuff, I'm hiding right now. But yeah, I was just curious. I have sort of a fun question. If you could choose one of the miracles that happens in the Bible to actually be a real thing that happened, which one do you think you would pick? Which one do you think is the coolest? Or you can take it seriously, or you can be funny with it. But I'm just curious what y'all would say.
I'm going to say water into wine before Joyful gets a chance to say it. But that's a damn good superpower. If I could turn water into wine, unbelievable.
I would become a wine guy. I would be a wine guy. Easy. And
I'm already a wine guy. It's just too expensive.
Just sell the wine.
I would say the miracle that I would, like, if I got to see one firsthand.
Well, whichever one you would prefer to have actually happened in history. But yeah, you could take it that way too.
Like, if I was seeing it, it would definitely, I think it would be walking on water. Because, like, I just don't even understand the logistics of this. Is your feet sinking a little bit into the water to where the water's, like, getting your feet wet? Or, like, you, like, literally, like, hover? Like, I don't understand, like the logistics.
On every little ripple, and your feet are just wobbling.
Yeah, the logistics doesn't make sense to me, so I'd want to see that one. But if it's just the one that I think would be great if it did happen, that's interesting. I guess, I don't know. Like, I don't know that any of them would have impacted the world any more than another.
Spencer,
I'd have to think about
that. What if you could only turn water into shitty wine?
It depends. Can I buy some good wine first and then drink the shitty wine? Because
this wine tastes like water.
I can make that right now. I can go to my kitchen and make it right now.
You know, I always thought when I was deconstructing, humor always helped me get through it. So I was always picturing, like, if Jesus... Now they're doing it with, like, AI videos, you know, but this was years before AI was even known to be a thing or was a thing. But I always envisioned, like, when I used to do magic for the kids when they were little, like, did Jesus like go in a back room, like he was in the green room of the temple, and he's like, please don't interrupt me. I've almost got this right. I've got the water turning into Gatorade. I'm so close to turning this to wine. No more interruptions. You know, like, did he practice relentlessly, or did he just do it the first time and just wave a magic wand and it was right the first time? Or like you said, did they taste it and go, it's kind of a little bit too much vinegar in this one. Could he work at it a little bit more and come back to it?
Yeah, I would have liked to have heard the reviews, like, and the wine was good. Oh, it was good. Okay, you know, or the wine was, it was mid. It was some mid wine. He was a carpenter. He wasn't a wine guy.
So, like, because most of my experience in church was Reformed Baptist, or non-denominational, but we were Reformed Baptist. We held all the principles. We just weren't part of the Baptist convention. But hearing the different people in the community talk about alcohol, because the Calvinists were very much, Jesus turned water into wine when they were already drunk. And Paul says you shouldn't be getting drunk in communion and hoarding all the wine, that you have your own houses to do that in. So there's not really, like, anything wrong with being drunk. It would just be better not to be drunk. And then you have, like, the like Southern Baptists that is like a drop of freaking alcohol and you're going to hell. Like, so, like, just this diversity within, like, Baptists on the whole alcohol thing. And I always thought it was funny because, like, even me, like, I was Calvinist, so I drank all the time when I was a Christian. Like, there was nothing wrong with going out and drinking and doing whatever. But I had friends within the Baptist church that thought that it was, like, abhorrent. An abhorrent thing to even drink any alcohol. So it's kind of crazy, like, the different takes on even that in a moral stance.
Yeah, I was Baptist too. I'm gonna finish up work, but I just wanted to see what y'all would say to that fun question. So maybe think about it, and I'll ask you again next time. And we'll see if you can have a good miracle. Sleep on it.
I think I can get a good miracle that would be good for the world. Maybe when Jesus said you should unalive children that curse their parents. I don't know. All right. I will see you later, Lobes.
See you, Lobes.
We will have Lobes up here on the 14th. Don't miss Lobes. He'll be up here co-hosting on the 14th of this month, and it will be a good time. Spencer, in our closing, how did you feel about the live as a whole? First off, being our pilot
episode. Me back again. I hope I passed and you'll have me on again because I really had a good time.
Oh, yes. We'll have you in September. I promise the people, I promise you. September, we will have a date for you. Spencer, like, you're awesome. I love your demeanor. I love just the whole thing, like, your voice, everything just bodes well for this kind of environment. So
I appreciate it. I had a great time, and the time went by fast too.
It did. It went by really fast. We didn't have a huge crowd. But we had a great night tonight. Guys, make sure you're following Spencer. If you're not following Spencer, what are you doing? This is the account that we are going to be live on Thursday for sure, and I'll make a decision after that for sure. Elgo is coming up. Elgo, I'm going to make a concession. You're past the time for Q&A, but I will make a concession. Yes. So make sure you come back, Spencer. If you're not following Spencer, make sure. Elgo, do you have a question for Spencer or me or the both of us?
Actually, yes, I do have a question for both of you. And that is simply, gentlemen, have you considered the trees?
I looked at the trees, I saw the trees, and I said, fuck the trees.
Good one. Actually, I did have kind of a fun question to end the night. If you could pick your favorite comic book character, or if you're not into comic book characters, just a character from fiction, who you would use to represent as, say, your personal god, who would it be?
Oh, boy. I had an answer when it was just your favorite superhero, but that's a trickier part.
Well, you can stick with comic books.
Superhero. Gosh,
For
my
me,
camera's
Batman
screwing up again.
because he was a regular guy. You know what I mean? Like I like the fact that he was just kind of obsessed with fighting crime and stuff, but he wasn't infallible and he wasn't invincible. And sometimes superheroes get silly, like Superman at least had kryptonite, but who carries that around, right? So he'll live forever. He's immortal. There's no real challenge to that. Like Batman, if he takes the bullet in the wrong, angle, he's a goner. Superman, he spits him out of his teeth and stuff. So I kind of like the fallibility of Batman just being a regular guy.
I'm gonna say Robin.
Robin?
Yep.
Okay, which one?
I liked Robin. I know there were several, huh?
There were several.
You like
probably,
the OG Robin?
Yeah, I like the OG Robin the best.
Okay, Dick Grayson. He's now Nightwing.
Yeah, I like the idea of the submissive part. I would like a god that was submissive to me, so or submissive.
Valid. And you know what? Honestly, on you, Spencer, I'm still keeping Soups as mine.
But you're still keeping who? Superman?
Superman is mine.
Yeah, no, he's like the ultimate superhero. I'm not taking anything away from him, but yeah, Spider-Man's probably tied with Batman for me. But
All right, guys.
Superman, of course, he's one of the all-time.
We're gonna cut this off. I'm gonna start dropping people. Spencer, thank you, or Algo, thank you for coming up and asking that. Algo is an OG here. Day one. We love Algo around here. Spencer, thank you so much for co-hosting tonight. You were amazing.
Hey,
we had an amazing turnout for our.
I appreciate it.
We had an amazing turnout for our first try, especially on the backup or the new account is what I'm going to call it because this is what I think we're going to stream on. We have 100 and some thousand likes. I think a lot of that goes to Spencer. Spencer being here brought a lot of life to the live. Make sure you're following Spencer. He does his own lives. They are wonderful. He is a wonderful person.
I appreciate it.
I love him, and you will grow to love him as well. Thank you so much, Spencer. I'm going to drop you down, and I'm going to do my closing. We will have you back in September. Send me any Monday or Thursday besides the 11th. Since you've already been on here, I won't make you wait until I open up mid. Send me any of those dates, and we will put you on the schedule right now because you've already been here and invited back. So any date,
I'm on
it is yours. Besides the 11th, because that is AP's birthday, and I promised him that he would get that spot. So.
Oh, no worries at all. Well, thank you very much, my friend. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
See you, Spencer.
See you.
Guys, Spencer was amazing. We had an amazing live. We have almost 120,000 likes. We're not going to get there because I'm ending, but thank you so much. You guys make this what it is. You guys push it out into the algorithm with the likes, the shares. This was season 1, episode 1 of JA Debates, and we will have many more episodes. And then we will go all the way till next July, and then next July I will be taking off again, and then it will be season 2, and we will go. That's just the schedule we are on, and when I am off otherwise, we will have somebody here doing the debates. We will never go without, having debates going here. So make sure you stay tuned. Make sure if you're not following, you hit that follow. Make sure that you follow the people that co-host. They're putting a lot of time into this. Next time we have Hammy, then we have Lobes, then we have Benny and Volsi. I will not be here, but they will be taking over, and they are amazing. They will be doing a great job there, and it will be on this channel and also the Deconstruction channel. So it will be all the places. You can watch it wherever you want. And it will be on my YouTube. It will be everywhere that it needs to be for you guys to see it. And then we'll be back right after that with Christina Carroll. We'll have J.A. Debates. J.A. Debates. We'll have Joel Reads Bible. And then we will have Justin ending out the month. It's going to be a great end of the month with them three. They are going to bring in the crowds. They will bring in the debates. And guys, Thinker, we are waiting on Thinker. We are waiting on Thinker to respond. I'm going to have to message her again because she has so many people. I'm sure she just did not see it because me and Thinker are tight. But I didn't want to bug her because she is a busy lady. She is a mom. She has her channel. She has a lot of things going on. Radio Spencer, thank you. Thank you. Board Agnostic is another one I'm trying to get on. Dark Knight next month. But then we also have people like Dr. Blitz that's trying to figure out in his schedule. Hunter Valkai trying to figure it out in his schedule. We have some other great people. Rhea, I already addressed Rhea. Rhea right now cannot be on it in the evenings because of children and work and things. But Rhea will be on here. Rhea is my number one. Like, I love her lives more than anybody. And I will always bring Rhea on. Anytime she wants to schedule, we will bring Rhea on. Thank you, Kindred. Thank you all Benny, thank you so much for streaming us over to the Deconstruction Junction. I am past time. I'm going to shut down. But I just want to make sure everybody gets the thanks that are due. Keenan, you were here Ken, you were here the entire time. And I appreciate that. You guys make this what it is. I am not taking guests right now, Ash Shu. But thank you for trying to request up. You guys are amazing. You guys will make this. And yeah, we're going to call it a... We're 0.4K away. Oh, we're getting there quick. So we're going to get to 20K and then or 120. And then I'll stop the live. Thank you guys.